People say I'm toxic, and honestly, I don't care.
Hello and good evening, good morning, good afternoon, wherever you are. You could be watching this on playback or you could be here chilling live with Abs of October Red. You know what it is. It's Saturday night. So guess what? It's a watch along. It's what we do. It's become a bit of a home. So yeah, good evening to all of you. I'm just checking it now. The reason why I've gone live slightly earlier, because I did put down 8. It's usually 8 o'clock, but I saw that there was having main event ring walks at about 9. But then I've seen that they've put Dan Aziz, Willie Hutchinson on as a potential floater. So, yes, I thought, you know what? Let me just jump on because we've just had Franklin Ignatius versus Jamie Takivi, which has resulted in a nice stoppage for Jamie. So I thought, you know what? Let's just click the button. Let's just do it. I hope you guys have been well. It's been an interesting week in boxing. Obviously, we've had the Boxer Show, which is on now. And we've also had Frank Warren's Queensbury show, which was on last night, which I did watch, enjoyed it. Like I said, my favourite fighter on there is Royston Barney Smith. I've been watching him for a minute. I like the way he fights. He's tricky. He's awkward and he packs a bit of power as well. Yeah, so that was interesting. And then we've had a little bit of explosions from Frank. We've had the glove gate. With the fly gloves, all of that talk with Fabio Wardley. So yeah, it's been an eventful week, and it hasn't yet finished because, like I said, we've just had Franklin Ignatius get stopped by Jamie Takivi. But if I'm going to be honest, he looked like he didn't even want to be in there. A very negative fight. The fight was spoiled, so it wasn't that enjoyable to watch. But Jamie did what he did, and he got the W. I think they were saying that's an eliminator for the English. Which is currently held at the moment, and maybe that'll be vacated. So could be a vacant title there for Jamie Takivi to go for. I'm just looking at Johnny Nelson's outfit here. He's gotten some velvet attire with, I don't know, maybe a tank top and some trousers that's slightly above the ankle. And some suede shoes. So yeah, just looking at that, Adam Azim is getting ready. He's walked into the Copper Box Arena. But anyway, how have you guys been? Let me say hello to the chat. Ricky E, good evening, Red. I'm interested to see how Anthony Yard looks tonight. Yeah, same. I think there was a massive size difference, on the eye when we saw the weigh-in this week. But I think, did Anthony weigh in at 179? I don't think he was on the 175 target. So he looked a lot bigger than his opponent. But look, I haven't really got any doubts about how he gets on this evening. I know that his opponent has fought people that, is it Billy Joel's fought and Ben Whittaker's fought? So his opponent's been in there with some guys that we'll know about. But I don't really know much about the opponent. But yeah, I'm definitely interested in seeing how he gets on. Daniel, how you doing? And I hope you're well. Yeah, it's been an interesting week. And I'm going to go back to last week to catch up with this week. So if you've just joined us, 3 minutes in and the chat's going up. Very strange situation about the gloves with Fraser. So that started a little bit of a conversation. I think there was an interview with Fraser when he's sort of like, I think he mentioned about the gloves. But obviously the gloves are fine. British Boxing Board of Control didn't have any issue with them. Obviously Frank Warren being the lead promoter, which is what Frank Smith said when I spoke to him the other day. He's the lead promoter. Didn't have any issues with the fly gloves. I think that was mentioned in an interview that Ben Shalom had with another channel. And forgive me, I forgot the name for it. And that filtered out onto Twitter, and the rest is history. Obviously, it's got back to Frank Warren, straight onto TalkSport. Videos getting taken down, videos being edited and re-upped, and all sorts of crazy stuff. So the boxing world as it is if you don't get the excitement from the fighters, you're going to get the excitement from what's happening around boxing. It never fails us, this sport, because it's so chaotic and, one for a better word, unlawful. It's just an absolute whirlwind, but interesting for us because we're never bored. And that's what I like about it. We're never bored in boxing. So we'll see what happens. I think Frank did a piece yesterday with Box Nation, with Umar, and once again he lets rip as he sat ringside. So we'll see what happens with that. We'll see what happens. But one of the things that I am interested, and it's a shame I'm not there tonight, another interview that's gone up with Ben Shalom, that is, he's stated that, and I've only seen a clip. I'm waiting for somebody to send me the full interview, put my teeth back in. I want to find out. He's mentioned non-televised fights. He's mentioned Callum Simpson, where he's let him develop on the small hall, even though Boxer had their eye on him, etc., and like have pulled him. So he's on about the pressure that the fighters feel because it's like a magnifying glass because of the magnitude of Sky Sports. And I thought, oh, what's going on here? I need to see the context in that before I jump to any conclusions. But one of them I was thinking is maybe he'll go to DAZN. But like I said, I need to hear the full context of the conversation before we start jumping to any conclusions. But as of yet, I haven't had that sent to me. Pro Sops, good evening to you. Dodge, good evening to you. Let's have a look. Wardley's manager said a few words as well. Yeah, I've watched that. Michael Magic Hands, part of the management team alongside Dillian White. I think he said a couple of things ringside as well. So we'll see how it plays out. I think it's a tough one, really, because I think sometimes you should just maybe keep things quiet and not necessarily use the media. I get it. We're going to try and drag things out of you and get you to say something. And we'll not even get you to say something. You might just say something that will drop you into a bit of the smelly ones, which is, it seems like that's what's happened with Ben. But we'll see how it goes, see how it pans out. I'm sure all of the media, because they went from your call over to the Copper Box this evening, so I'm sure all of the media will be down there and will be covering that. And speaking about media, speaking about down there, I went on to the Voice of Boxing podcast where I did my very first. I was the one that was sat in the hot seat and getting asked the questions. And a comment was, you know, she's good at what she does, but she's not getting out enough. She's not been out enough. You need to get more coverage. And this subscriber, if you're on here, I think it's T-Bone. I'll take that. I'll take that on the chin. You are right. I need to get out. But one of the things that stops me from getting out is obviously the cost, because it's very expensive traveling up and down and staying overnight in hotels, as you know. So I've put the radar out now for some sponsors. You know, my favorite, and it will always will be my favorite, is Adidas. So I'm always going to look for them as number one. Sponsors, we have to be on the same page. Like I said on my IG earlier, there's been a few people that have approached me, but they've just been full of rubbish, wasted my time, and I haven't got time for that. So I'm looking for good business that I can do business with, advertise your brand, whatever it is, and I know I can do that. So yeah, so I'm putting the word out, because I need to get some sponsors. Putting the horn out. I need to watch what I'm saying with my words. So yeah, if you know any good businesses, you know, while I sit here and wait for my Adidas, let me know. You can send an email to my email, which is on the LinkedIn page, on my Instagram, which is by October Red, which is BY October Red. So you can find out how to contact me there. I've already had somebody contact me, so it does work. The social media definitely has its uses. But yeah, we're going to try and progress on from there. So that's just a bit of an update. So apologies, I'm not at all the events. I am going to Manchester next week for the Matchroom show. Obviously, then we've got a couple of shows in Birmingham. We've got Frank Warren, Birmingham, 2nd of November. We've got Eddie Hearn, 30th of November in Birmingham. David. No, no one's luxing. I'm going to be on my best behavior. So yeah, I will be at the Birmingham shows, and then there's, I think, Frank Warren's mentioned a potential show in December in Wembley. So I'm definitely going to go to that, because I do like going to Wembley, because it's very, very commutable and easy for me to get to. So yeah. So let's have a look. Let me just go back into the chat. I agree, the promoter stuff is getting silly. I don't know. I don't mind the bickering between. I don't mind that. But like something that's complex, and obviously saying that there's an investigation when there isn't, just be mindful of the wording. And like I said, some things the public don't necessarily need to know. I think the thing that is key, if you've got an issue with the gloves, that's fine. But I think what's key is to obviously make sure the fighters get their credit, and then, let's find out what's happening and how Ben Whittaker's getting on, because the statement came out extremely quick for Fabio Wardley, but it took some time to come out about Ben Whittaker. So rather than discussing what's happening with gloves, it'd be nice to know how the fighters are getting on, and probably keep it like that. But Frank Warren doing his thing, I don't mind it, because he's a character. And there's one thing with him, is that he'll keep us entertained. So I'm not complaining about that. David thought his luck was in. I've got to be careful with my words, haven't I, David? Good evening, Toby Ringgirl Bartlett. I don't feel very good today. Do you think so, David? So David's saying if it was up to Frank, he'd be the only promoter. I get it. Guys, let me know in the chat, what did you think about Pushgate? Because I never saw it. I did go back to try and watch the weigh-ins again to see what happened, but I couldn't see it. I could see there was a bit of iron up going on, but I didn't see any pushing or whatever. So I don't know. Here we go. This is, I think, need to get this card up again. Bear with while I get the card up. It's what happens when you go early, go live early. Right, McKinson's fight then. It's all right. I'm trying to recognise his opponent. Michael McKinson. I do like him. Nice kid as well. Ben needs to act like he's been here before. You know what? I think he's trying. I think he's trying. I won't sit here and say that he's not trying. He's obviously got his foot in the door, and congratulations, because Boxer's now got partnership with His Excellency as well. So this fight this evening is also credit to Riyadh season. So when obviously His Excellency is talking about the co-promotional work, he's basically pulling all of the promoters, and he's at the top of the pyramid. I look at it like a pyramid. He's at the top, and all of the promoters are going underneath. So he's the one that makes the decisions at the end of the day. And it doesn't matter if the promoters don't get on with each other. He's still going to do what he's doing anyway. And I think his thing is he's interested in fighters. I get it. For Boxer that night, the only one that came out with the results was Chris Eubank Jr. So I get it. The pressure was on. And for the fighters as well to perform. Maybe they did have that pep talk, like, guys, this is a key card. There's 4 of us on here. Really need to get the win. It's all about impression, etc. And it didn't necessarily go that way. So a lot of pressure with the adage of everything that's going on in the background as well. This is boxing though, and you've got to have a really tough skin. You've got to almost laugh off the stuff when people go at you. You can't take it seriously. You can't get upset about stuff, because at the end of the day, in the scheme of things, if you've got the fighters, you're promoting them well, they're being put into good fights, they're performing, then everything just speaks for itself. Look a mess, David. Look for the little shove on it's on Chizora's Instagram. It was Uncle Frank. We'll see. We'll see if he does any more interviews post this tonight. See what happens. There should be a post-fight press conference for the main event. Adam Azim goes in against, the seasoned, the experienced O'Hara Davies, or Davies. I'm looking forward to that fight. Obviously, we were all sort of relying on the Dalton Smith fight. That never came into fruition. But I'm not arguing with O'Hara Davies. He's managed by Lee Eaton, as was Liam Cameron. Is this where, Lee Eaton's on a road of upsets? We'll see. We'll see what happens later. It's not a full-blown conclusion. I think people were obviously judging O'Hara on his last fight and making the assumptions on that. Adam Azim is a very good fighter. He's the younger, he's the fresher fighter. But I'm not going to write off O'Hara Davies just like that, because you know what it's like in boxing. You cannot write any fighters off. It's never a full-blown conclusion, is it? So let's have a look. Who is in the ring? Are they both in the ring? Yep. Michael McKinson. Nice haircut, Michael. The lad from Bournemouth. I think he's got some Caribbean ancestry in him as well. I thought it was the Bournemouth tan, but I think somewhere along the lines, don't quote me on it, and Danny from Fight Fan TV would know this because he sat down with him. I think he's got Caribbean roots, hence that natural olive skin that he's got. But let's have a look. He's on the comeback now. Good fighter, nice guy. I don't really know much about his opponent, but let's see what happens tonight. He's definitely a ticket seller. He would have brought people out with him, as he does. Taller opponent, slightly. Is that Mr. Foster in the middle of him? Never been to the Copper Box. The East London event, isn't it? Looks like there's a couple of people in there. Nice big tall ring, actually. Guys, did you think the ring ropes last time were loose? Right, here we go. Both guys take the center of the ring. It is round number 1. 12 rounds welterweight. McKinson versus, is it McGengi? Yeah, both fights in there. McKinson goes in early. Southpaw stance. High guard. Swinging shots. Keen early. Doesn't want to make it a long night by the looks of it. Jumping in to throw uppercut with the lead hand, but it misses. Bengi gets out of the way. Flicks out a double jab of his own. So let's have a look. McKinson just not quite finding the range yet. Overthrowing the shots, overloading a little bit. Keen, like I said, to maybe get an early stoppage. So I'm going to slow down, just concentrate a little bit on the boxing, find your range. Don't worry about the crowd. Let's relax. Let's sit into it and get that range covered. Then you can worry about those power shots. Slightly uneasy on his feet. I know he's a southpaw. I don't think he's switch hitting. But his balance doesn't really look that good on his feet. If you've just joined us on Abs of October Red, welcome. It's another live watch along. There's no footage. You have to listen to me rambling on. I will be catching up on all things boxing. Another thing as well, it seems like there's been something raised with Dimitri Bivol regarding the loss he suffered. Okay, that's nice. And Bing is he's going for that early knockout. Michael McKinson wants an early night. You can see that he's unsteady on his feet. That was a South African flag on his socks. Just be careful. He's still in the fight. Both fighters on their toes. Let's have a look. James, how you doing? Nah, I don't think he's losing it. I don't know. I haven't spoke to him, have I? But to be fair, I haven't reached out to him to speak to him. I've just been listening to what he's been saying on everyone else's channel, except for the clip that I mentioned earlier. So who knows? But yeah, we're saying about Bivol. Like I said, both guys really humble in defeat. You know, they're just so polite about each other. You know, he took the loss, and then all of a sudden we're hearing that he's potentially querying the loss now, or querying the scorecards, or whatever it is. If you was with me last week, was it last week? Yeah, I'm presuming it was last week, because all these weeks seem to roll into one. I thought that because of Bivol's high output with the combinations, we were sat here together, I thought it would have edged to Bivol. And you know me, I'm a massive Arte Biturbia fan. So I just made the assumption that they were going to give it to Bivol, but I'm not a judge. I'm not professionally trained in scoring fights, and I always get it wrong anyway. So, but we shall see what happens with that, because already I believe the IBF are starting to meddle. I think they've ordered something for Apataya, which, okay, fair enough. He's kind of like in the clear. Yeah, you can, order a mandatory for him, but I think they might be doing something similar, or trying to do something similar with Arte Biturbia, which I hope doesn't happen, because it would just be really nice to see who is going to be undisputed. So it's one of them, but we'll see. I agree. But when you've got people in your ear screaming that word, the robbery word, which I didn't think it was a robbery, it was a close fight. And this is what happens when it is a close fight. These things happen. People get in your ear. Maybe you think, you know what? Okay, yeah, I'm gonna do that, and they egg you on, don't they? But we'll see what happens. Both men, lovely guys. It was the best fight I've ever watched. I think some people were saying that it wasn't that exciting, but whatever. To me, that was the best fight I've watched in a very long time. That was the best Riyadh season card that I've seen. It was just full of so much like drama. Like the whole week was absolute chaos, but it made good entertainment. And it wasn't in the UK, it wasn't in the US. It's where it started, in Riyadh in Saudi Arabia. The crowd seemed to be more lively. You had Conor Benn rocking up there as well, sticking it on Chris Eubank Jr., which obviously, he said, look, I'm trying to make weight, which that's another question as well. Is he good at that weight? What weight should the Conor Benn fight happen? Which potentially it could now. What weight are they going to fight at? Is putting Conor Benn up a couple of weights good for him as well? There's so much to it. It was filled with twists and turns. And this is what I'm saying. All of this before the fights even started. You've got like the promoters going at it. It's so weird to see like Eddie kind of like on the sidelines, because usually he's right in the middle of it. But he was sat on the sidelines and just watching Frank and Ben go at it all week. But I spoke to Frank Smith the other day on a live. If you managed to catch that live, if not, you can watch it on a replay. And he's waiting to find out what's going to happen with Conor Benn. I did ask, is there potential for a retrospective ban? Stuff that he couldn't answer. But hopefully we'll hear some news soon. But the only thing, like I said, that grips me a little bit about that fight is just the weight. What weight are they going to fight at? What's the disparity going to be? And are we going to get the best out of the fighters because of the weight? Initially, at the time, the first time the fight was announced 2 years ago, I wasn't really fussed, but because of everything that's happened, because I remember seeing Chris Eubank fight week on the scales looking really drawn. Now it's like, okay, so what weight they're going to be fighting at? Okay, so Chris Eubank Jr. doesn't, he looks like he's struggling to get to 160. Is he going to be okay at 160? And then that's how many weights? 2 weights above for Conor Benn. So it's just, all of that as well. But we'll see what happens. But we can safely say that fight is not going to be this year. Let me just go back in the chat. The scorecards were actually not bad. The judges matched up on all bar one round. And how often does that happen? I don't know, because I don't do scoring. Great technical fight. I've seen it. There you go, Raymond. And it was beautiful to watch. I was in awe of. It was just a boxing brain from the both of them. They really made good dance partners. Completely different styles, but just beautiful to watch. We were like fully just entertained. The rounds, those 3-minute rounds, almost seemed like they were just 1 minute. 1 minute rounds. That's how quick it was going. I was getting all tangled. I thought it was on round 6, but it was on round 9. Brilliant fight. Do I want to see it? Am I happy that the controversy happens, which potentially pushes it to a rematch? Absolutely. Absolutely. All of this just leads up for the rematch. In the chat, who do you think wins this time? Quite a few people are saying Bivol, because Bivol can still go up a gear. I'm going to still back Beterbiev again, because I probably just would, actually. I don't even think there's a reason. I'll just back him because I do. Let's have a look. Dana Jones, good evening. I don't think I've seen yourself before. If not, good evening to you. Rounds 1 to 3 were Bivol, and rounds 10 to 12 were Beterbiev. So 4 to 9 were swing rounds. So I scored it 115, 113 to Beterbiev. I love listening to these scores because, Dana, I'm going to keep it real with you. I have no clue how to score a fight. Sorry. I like to look at feet. I like to anticipate IQ. I like to listen to what the corners are saying, potentially call out strategies to the fighters. Don't ever, ever ask me to score a fight, but Dana, bring it. What a great fighter. And this is from Raymond. And as hard as nails and with a great mindset. Made a believer out of me. Yeah, he really dug deep, didn't he? Because we know those punches. You know what? We know what Beterbiev's on. There should be no concessions for Ben at weight. It has to be 160. And you're saying that Ben has no class. What is that? Because when he stepped to Chris Eubank Jr. David is saying that fight only happens through Chris Eubank. We've just got to wait and see what happens with Conor first, haven't we? That's what we've got to do. We don't know what's going to happen yet with him. I'm going to be optimistic and say we should hear something. We're approaching the end of October now, so hopefully we should hear something by the end of the year to obviously set us up for this rumoured date. Is it going to be a 5x5? Is it going to be just a normal Riyadh season card? But I don't think it'll be a British fight. I do think it will land on a Riyadh season card. So whether that's in the UK, that's fine. But Chris Eubank Jr., Conor Benn, that's definitely got Riyadh season written all over it. I'm going to talk to you about this hierarchical structure that we're getting in boxing now as well, and the pros and cons for it. The pros and cons, probably from a fighter's point of view, because with us, we're always going to win, aren't we? Yeah, okay, there's more pay-per-views. I get that. But we're getting to see some really good fights. Rem, I'm all good. How are you? Rose B, good evening, sorry. How are you? Yeah, it was a fantastic fight. So Rem, so you had it at Arta as well. So you both yourself and was it Dana? Dana. Yeah, both you and Dana had it the same. So Pro Supplement saying next time round is Beterbiev KO or stoppage. And Siyar's getting his gloves wrapped. David is saying this time it's going to be Bivol. Emma, got to shout out the ladies. It does make me smile when I see the ladies joining in boxing. And Emma knows her stuff. Emma, you need to set up your own channel, you know, seriously. If you've got one already and you haven't told us about it, let us know in the chat. And I apologize, because if I'd known, I would have subscribed. But if not, get on it, Emma. Get on it. This is the official scoring criteria. See what I'm saying? Clean punches. Number 2, effective aggression. Number 3, ring generalship. Number 4, defense. Can I have a round of applause for Emma, please? Because Emma didn't know any of that. So Emma, based on that, all right then, chat, based on that then, it's there. I'm going to keep it on the screen as I go through the chat. Number 1, clean punches off the top of your heads, guys, because you're not going to remember the whole fight. Number 2, effective. Number 3, ring generalship. And I'm always going to give ring generalship to Beterbiev. Don't care what anyone says. Number 4, defense. I'm going to give to Beterbiev as well, because we only have to see Beterbiev didn't have a scratch on him, did he? In the chat, let us know. Emma, thank you for that. Iffy, how you doing? If he's had a go at Frank Smith in them on his live. Greetings, everyone. Bivol didn't win that, and he knows that. It's a shame people are getting into his head, convincing him he won. And we were talking about this, Iffy, because it's like when someone gets in your ear, that's it then. Like a lot of people getting in your ear. And to be fair, His Excellency said to him, I thought you won. Big man saying it. So what are you going to think? I just hope there's a rematch. I don't want them to interrupt. What is, the cards are there. It's done. But I just really want them to push for a rematch. I'm keeping your scoring criteria up on the screen. So, guys, your chats won't be highlighted just for a minute. Right, Raymond, I feel Arthur didn't have the required cardio in the mid rounds. Feel he saved a bit. Injury may have hindered his preparation. It's a fair point. I think Beterbiev is particularly one-paced. I do believe that Bivol made him speed up, but he's like that. Like we've said before, Raymond, he's prepared to lose rounds to get you with that power. Don't get me wrong, he's still punching, he's still moving, he's still got that generalship. He's still able to land, he's still able to cut the ring off, he's still able to move backwards and forwards. You know, he's not straight lines. If you look at the way he moves, it's very, very haphazard. So I don't know. Was it his cardio? I didn't necessarily see a difference in his performance, but please feel free, if you did, to let me know in the chat. Right, that guy, good evening. After rewatching, I think Beterbiev definitely deserves the rematch. Beterbiev, both of Bivol, you mean? Which one did you say that you thought won, that guy? Oh, I'm sorry, Dana. How don't you remember me? I feel bad now. I'd pay to hear you read Harry Potter, lol. But yeah, now I remember it. But you haven't been in the chat for ages. I remember the regular names. It's because I'm getting old. It's because I'm getting old now. Beterbiev coming off knee surgery and 280-day layoff. He'll stop Bivol next time. Just seems to be the only fight Ben talks about is David. I think you might have struck something there, David. Excuse me while I drink my water. Got to keep the palate wet, especially for the 3 of you that are in this chat. I only have small numbers, you see. Small, tiny. But good evening to 83 of you that we've got in here at the moment. You could be sat there watching the boxing. You flicked onto YouTube. You said, you know what? I'm going to listen to October Red because I want to. So thank you very much for joining us. You know what it is. There is a little banner going across the bottom, even though you can't see it, because Emma Will's scoring criteria is up there. And I want to hear how you scored it based off that. Let's keep it interactive. I don't know it, Emma. Most boxing fans don't know it. Broadcasters need to be telling the audience what a round is scored on before the fights begin. It would stop all the robbery talk. Chef's kiss, Emma, because you've educated me this evening, and that's what I like. Because no one likes a little bloody know-it-all, do they? Right, if he's saying, right, let me go into this now, because that Benn and Eubank fight is dead. Do you reckon it's dead? I don't think it's dead, Iffy. Unfortunately for both, they're not in their primes, or isn't Conor Benn, wouldn't you say Conor Benn's still in his prime? Or have recent performances that warrant the fight to even happen, it's forced. Okay, Conor Benn's been out for a minute for obvious reasons. I think he had a couple of fights in America and then everything was paused with him. Obviously, Chris Eubank Jr. had the 2 fights with Liam Smith, lost 1-1-1, then was out of it for a bit, come back and had what they like to call the give me fight, even though this guy was still punching. He was still in the fight, but obviously Chris Eubank was just too, Junior was too powerful for him. So they're sort of, both of them both of them are sort of at a crossroads. I don't think it's a bad fight. But like I said to Frank Smith, maybe I'm just a little biased because I remember their dads fighting. And then I said to Frank Smith, maybe you'll go to the dads, the sons, and then their children in the future. But who knows? Conway, how you doing? Big up yourself as well. Connor Ben, he's from Iffy, acts like he didn't struggle against 2 journeymen when he's fighting in America. I think, there was one fight that he had, and he wasn't necessarily a journeyman. I just don't think anybody gave him the credit, because I was doing a little bit of research on him, and apparently he's quite good, but he just didn't get the credit for it. And you're right, David, 2 master boxers is fantastic. We were spoilt. And that's the thing with getting all of these good fights. We're spoiled, and we'll still find something to moan about because it's what we do. Right, based on that, Arthur won. Here we go. So this is back to Emma Wills now. He outlanded Bivol on CompuBox. Yeah, that's right. And pushed the pace all night. See, with that bit Rem, I think Bivol forced the pace a little bit as well. He made Beterbiev start to work. So I'm a bit out on that one, but yeah. Ring girls. I think you need to get on it, Emma, because you're very knowledgeable. Even if you start writing about it, I'll always encourage people. I'm a fan. I was a fan. It's what I've always watched the boxing. I was always rabbiting on about it at work. The Monday after the fights. I love boxing. So I'm just a fan that just took a risk on myself. I love when it's love in the chat. Right, I'd say around the 7th round, when Beterbiev started going to Bivol's body, he really zapped the energy. Yes, he did. Yeah, and I do agree with that. And I think I said that on the live as well, Dana, because he was starting to, Bivol's like in, out. He's like double jab, in, out. That's how he does it. He's got that rhythm, and you can almost count that rhythm. And I think Beterbiev knew that rhythm, because one of the guys, and I think it's Danny from Fight Fan TV, he's at the Copper Box at the moment. Shout out to him. He said Artur Beterbiev, because remember, Beterbiev and Bivol were at the same amateur school, if you'd like, one for a better word. And Beterbiev got the amateur coaching to refresh him on that Soviet style, because it is a particular style, isn't it? So yeah, though he did take away, I will agree with that. He did take away that zap and that rhythm and that momentum from Bivol. But when Bivol was really starting to unload those combinations, it was nice to see that, because that's not necessarily something that Bivol does. He's quite in and out, but he was forced to plant his feet and let those combinations go. Enjoyable, just a truly enjoyable fight, and one that you will watch over it. Well, I'll watch it over and over again. If you're saying Beterbiev hopefully won't be doing wrist push-ups in the build-up to the rematch, showing everyone he's still strong, he should have saved all that energy. I didn't mind that. He does it anyway. Because I like his strength and conditioning, I've always watched how Beterbiev trains, and that's something that he just does anyway. So to see him do it in the ring on the public workout, it's what he does. Bivol will show himself shadow boxing. Bivol will show himself on the bag, and from that, and you watch his fights, you're able to pick up his rhythm. Artur Beterbiev shows strength and conditioning. He shows him using the hammers, the steel mace, the tire work that he does, the kettlebells, the press, chest press, all of that stuff. That is what you get on Beterbiev's social media. He doesn't show anything shadow boxing, spot. He doesn't show anything, so it's all kept in. So you've got that footage from his fights rather than his social media. And I know he's been doing them push-ups for ages, because I tried to do it once and nearly snapped my fingers off. So Beterbiev. Yeah, 6 months is a long time when you're 39. It is. But did he box like he was 39 though, David? Did he? He didn't. He didn't. He didn't box like he was 39. He was just oh, some love in the chat. Love it. Bruce, good evening. McKinson and Josh Kelly are power twins. Oh, both have feather fists. Bruce, I just thought you might have said something in here that wasn't an insult. And I've just read it out. So now it looks like I've said it. How you doing anyway, Bruce? Right, if you watch it back, hold on a minute. What's he saying? 1 second, boys and girls. All right, he's talking. It's all right. I just want to see what Anthony Yard was saying. He was just talking about O'Hara, but I think it's playback from the press conference. If you watch it back, round one, Beterbiev landed more punches than the commentary alluded to. I weren't listening to the commentary because I was doing it. Rule number 1, turn the commentary down. However, I will listen to Andy Lee. And also had the best punch of the round. But Bivol won that round. Beterbiev worked harder, the last minute of each one. Right, so Raymond's saying, based on the scoring criteria, Arthur won by 2 rounds, but glad there's a controversy. Now that that scoring criteria has been put up there by Emma, our very trusted, our very own Emma Wills. Shout out to Emma Wills. Emma, have you got Twitter? Is it the same on Twitter? Are you on Twitter? Follow her. She knows her stuff. Emma, you get a camera. You don't even need a camera. You get a microphone and a mobile phone and start turning up to boxing events. You're going to give a hell of a lot of people run for their money. Get on it. Get on it. There's enough food for us all to eat. Mr. E. Francis, hit the likes. Thank you so much. Thank you. Oh, where's my banner? I thought I had my banner up. There it is. Hit the likes. Right, Mayweather won a lot based on defense. David, I don't believe that. You should have. I'm just being a sarcastic TWAT this evening. Oh, Skyliner, how you doing? Skyliner, I've got to ask, are you and Star Fox like twins separated at birth? Because there's you two are extremely similar. And thank you about that. I like speaking to Frank. Frank's cool. He's just a cool guy. And if I want to learn about boxing strategy and business, I will speak to Frank Smith because he's very black and white in what he says. And he's good to talk to. Right, Dana. I see Fraser Clark team wants to look at those gloves that broke his face. Commiserations to Fraser as well. Like I said, he offered to sponsor me to go out. I'm saying they're saying I need sponsors, and I get offered one and I turn it down. Don't ask. Yeah, commiserations to Fraser Clark. That was painful to watch, but then even more painful when people started putting in the chat that he's gone straight to hospital. Because as soon as, obviously, you was here with us last week, his face was like, it was twisted quite bad. And I get it, you know, those type of pictures gets the clicks, gets the views and stuff. But like opening up X or opening up YouTube, and that's the picture of Fraser, it's horrible. I spent countless of hours with that fighter, and I guess maybe that's a weakness of mine. But it was tough to see him get just like totaled, like in round number 1. Round number 13, as we all called it, and that's exactly what it was. Hopefully he recovers, gets well soon. I believe that he's made an appearance via telephone call on TalkSport, and he was very respectful, towards Fabio, which both of them have been. I've said it often. If they weren't fighting each other, I could actually see them being mates, like getting on quite well. But Fabio did an excellent job. He did what he was supposed to do. You can't argue with that. Either way, how the fight ended up knockout heavyweight, early, mid, late, whatever. He did what was necessary, and he got the win. So a huge credit to him. He really didn't let Fraser settle at all. And I think it's time for him to vacate. It's time for him to vacate. I'll put up where he is on all of the boxing rankings. He was top 10 with all of them, except for the IBF, I think it was at the time. But now he is top 10, and he's even ranked by the Ring magazine. So bigger and brighter things for Fabio Wardley in the heavyweight division. He's a devastating puncher. He's dangerous. And Frank Warren promotes him. It's just, what can I say? I think everyone was after him for a bit, but Frank Warren got him. Right, here we go. That guy's saying, sorry, I think Beterbiev takes the rematch. Me too. To be more clear, made the comments when you were talking about who wins a rematch. Yeah. See, you know that because you know I'll drift off because I like waffle off, don't I? So yeah, sorry, we're 45 minutes in. Good evening if you've just joined us. I'm Abs of October Red. I'm very lonely because there's no one here because my channel is that bad. No one tunes into me. Oh my God, I'm going to cry. I'm going to give up and I'm going to quit. I'm going to take a knee and I'm going to leave the world of boxing. But good evening to you all. You know what you need to do. Hit the like, the subscribe, the share. If you're watching it on X, post a comment on X as well. I seem to get more traffic on X, to be fair, than YouTube. But hey ho, because we shot. You know, last week when we did our live, I was up to almost 7,000 in here that night. I think it might have flicked onto 7,110 and then it dropped back down to about 6,4. So we were really busy on that Riyadh season fight night. So for everybody that was there and stayed for the duration, absolute salute and respect to all of you. And to all of you that have come back tonight, salute and respect to you once again. And if you're not subscribed, why not? Let me know if you're not subscribed. Is it because you haven't got a YouTube account? Or maybe you don't want to? Put it in the chat. Let's debate. Too much money for it not to go ahead, to be honest. Who has Ben fought? Are we talking about Ben Whittaker now? Have I missed it? Yeah, the Ben Whittaker stuff, I'm never going to... I don't disrespect fighters anyway. I've seen the absolute hiding he's been given from the public. Listen, you know, he's an Olympian, silver medalist, come out of the Olympics. He's got something about him. Some people like it. Some say it rubs them up the wrong way. I like it because he's quite, if you meet him in person, he's an absolute gentleman. But like I said, some people don't like it and he's rubbed them up the wrong way. People are saying, oh, is he going to be able to showboat that when he steps up to other level? Remember I said about people getting in your ear? All of these comments. Liam Cameron, I knew wasn't going to be a pushover. Watch his fight with Lyndon Arthur. And the thing is with young Liam, he's fearless. And he's fearless because he's nearly lost his life. So when you come that close to death, and I understand that very, very well, you haven't got that fear inside of you. You're built a little bit different, and things that bother, you know, they say sticks and stones and all that and whatever. It's a bit like that. That mindset of him is different. But were people picking Ben to win? Yes. Myself included, because why shouldn't he? But when Ben went into that fight, and I remember commenting on X because it was on early, it was on the prelims. I remember saying, you know, round one, yeah, lovely, you know, composed, nice. But he wasn't doing what he usually does. For whatever reason. Is that down to Liam Cameron just sticking it on him and he's not able to do that? Cutting off the ring? Because Ben's quite light on his feet, slight on his feet, and he'll move around quite a bit. He's able to spin off, turn behind you and all sorts because he's got quite quick feet. So was that him or was that down to Liam just keeping, You know when someone like cuts the ring off and they just keep in front of you, not on your chest because they're hitting you, but just keep in front of you. Was he able to lock the ring up? I've got to watch the fight again to make my mind up because I haven't. But that, whatever it was, that wasn't his usual self. I thought Liam pushed him out the ring. I don't know what the hell went over there. People saying, 6 of one, half a dozen of the other. And then obviously we get Footgate and all the other stuff that comes with it. We saw, I think I was so busy concentrating on Benn, I didn't notice that Liam had got up, got back into his corner and was bouncing from toe to toe, ready to go. Yes, there's a lot of controversy around it. And I'll say this and I'll say it loudly because it's my opinion. It should have been addressed earlier. It took about 3 days for an official announcement to come out about what happened, what were the injuries, etc. When Fraser's was more or less straight away. And in boxing, the longer you leave something, the more inclined we are as fans to start speculating and making up our own stories because it's what we do. So yeah, I don't think that helped. Do I think that he's a quitter? No. It's not a word that I like to use anyway. You guys from Daniel Dubois, that I don't like to use that word because I find it highly offensive. And if I haven't got in the ring and done what they've done, I have no right to call names, and I'm not going to do it. So it's written down that he's got a neck injury, which is a long-standing one, and I will back him on that because that's something he's had for a while. So that's not cap. That's the truth. That bit's the truth. And then obviously about the foot, which is obviously that's something that was sustained in there. But like I said, it's if something happens and you don't back yourself straight away, not necessarily him back himself, but his team coming out and saying something, whether that's the promoter or the management, whatever it is, it just gives time for us to speculate and speculation then, and it just becomes this downward spiral. Sometimes you got to talk up quick. And that's all that I can say on that. Do I think he give up? No. Do I think he needs to have the rematch? 100% yes. But that's down to him and his team. Ben Whittaker seems to sustain 3 fractures to the... See what I'm saying? And this is exactly it, Mike. And Mike, you're entitled to your opinion. This is what happened. This is exactly what I was saying about the delay. I like that straight perm that he had. I think I've sort of done a little bit with it. No, I'm just having a bad hair day today. Chris, how you doing? Shout out to Chris Welsh as well. He's got his own channel. Please watch his channel for his reviews on boxing. Sorry, I'm scanning the comments as I'm saying this. Chris, you're absolutely awesome. We usually do a little bit of who is Chris dating at the moment in the chat. We haven't done it for a while. But I thought I might just spark that up again, Chris, because when I hear that you young guys, you're going out on your dates and you're being all romantic, because remember, I celebrated my 47th birthday last week. I'm off the market anyway because I'm married, but I do love to listen to you guys lovebird stories. It reminds me of 7,000 years ago when I was young. Spot on abs, Pete Dobson, been around boxing gyms, but never a big fight. Ben has admitted the bigger gloves take on some of his power. Now I've lost what that bit was about because I've been rabbiting. He hardly took a step back. And you're right, and that's Beterbiev. Yeah, Mike's on one this evening. Hello, Mike. Have I seen you before, Mike? If not, nice to meet you. Not a good look. I think that's what you meant. Not a good look for the BBFC. How Connor is going around shouting people out when going before a parole board. There needs to be a certain amount of contrition. There's none from Ben. I love that. This sentence has got shouting peeps out, and then he goes on to say peeps and then to contrition. I love it. The way that you mix up the language there, the English language as it's evolved. Because remember, the Queen's English, the King's English that we speak now, that's obviously evolved over years. We had a bit of Latin in it. a bit of French, as we still got French words in it, because obviously the United Kingdom was invaded itself by other Europeans, so we adopted a few languages. So we talk about evolution of language, and I just love that, Mike. But anyway, good evening to you. English was one of my favourite subjects at school, and I think that's where Dana said I could read him Harry Potter. It's coming back to me now. Right, let's have a look. Bloody hell, this fight's still going on, round number 10. I will commentate on the next one, I promise. But you know what I'm like. I love the chat so much. I like to catch up because this is like my little bit of social convo. Right, Toby's saying Benn versus Eubank isn't dead yet because Frank Smith said he spent too much time trying to make the fight. He's determined to make it happen. There is a determination to make that fight happen. But like I said, I'd just be interested to see the weight, the agreed weight. What weight are we going to be fighting at? Wasn't a robbery last week. I edged it to Bivol in a close fight, but can understand why people gave it to Beterbiev. The only controversial thing was that card of the 116, 112. Yeah, these cards again. David, something's very true, and I don't know what it is. But thank you, David. Dana's saying Bivol probably has the best jab in boxing and is a master of controlling distance. But when he hit Beterbiev with clean power shots and didn't slow him down, Bivol went into survival mode. Interesting. So you mean like that high output of those punches was sort of like him trying to get rid of Bivol all the time. He did knock him back a couple of times, Dana, but he just couldn't do it. Can you imagine as a fighter how frustrating that is? You're punching, not punching yourself out as such, but you are throwing punches, and you know you've been training hard, you've been doing well in the sparring, all of that, and it's the person's just still in front of you, and now they're even trying to walk you down. Beterbiev managed to hold the center of that ring for the majority of that fight. He controlled the center of the ring for the majority, always in the center. Back faces the center. No matter how you move around the ring, your back faces the center of the ring. And Beterbiev has excellent ring generalship, and he was controlling it, and he was aggressive as per Emma Will's scoring criteria. Yeah, he does have heart. He is. He's lovely. Absolutely lovely guy. I'm just totally lost here now. Right, Dana's saying, watch for certain fights. They're going to start. I hope not. I don't want to hear VAR, and I don't want to hear 5 judges. I don't want to see that. People have mentioned about bringing in extra judges. What I think is that I don't know how often the judges have the Emma Will scoring criteria refresher course, and maybe there should be a meeting. I think Frank Smith touched on it. I was going to be a bit harsh and say maybe they should attend the post-fight press conference to explain themselves, but maybe that's a bit harsh. Maybe that's a bit harsh, especially sometimes not all the judges will speak King's English as well, and then that could end up with translators and it could get into a right mess. But I think we do need to have some accountability. But 5 judges for me is not the answer. I don't think we need to increase the amount of judges. I think that we need to concentrate on how we get those figures and have some accountability on the judging criteria, and have refresher course so they're constantly getting refreshed. Like they were saying, the thing is with judging is what you like. Emma's put out 4 categories there, but how many judges will sway to a certain type of category because that's what they like? Some people like the aggression, don't they? And they'll look for that. And if you're looking for aggression, you're going to say, well, I'm going to say Beterbiev. Yeah, absolutely. One of them things. And hopefully, he's happy. He's on the mend. He's at home with his family. Flew back quickly. I have messaged him. He has messaged me back, but very brief. I just said, just checking in. And he said, cool. And that's it. We just left it as that. I'll catch up with him when he feels like it. But I'm happy he's done that bit on TalkSport, because he's just, I don't know how he's talking with his, it sounds like normal as well, but after an injury like that, and he's come straight out and said, yeah, I lost. Fair play to him. I'm glad Fraser didn't become a meme. Okay. Fraser will be back. It can happen in round 1. It can in any class, yeah. Good evening, Nothing MX11. Good evening to you. Probably, I think we've got a couple of fights. Hold on, I'll tell you. Wait there. I think it's supposed to be 9 p.m. ring walk. But we've got Anthony Yard up next. Then we've got Azim and Davies. And then I believe that Dan Aziz is on as a floater. Yeah, how'd the F1 go? Because obviously I was watching the Jamie Takivi fight, Chris. Is that Porky's Corner? Porky's Corner, good evening to you. I had Raz Blackwood on here the other day, and he was telling me how much he loves your channel, that you make him laugh, and he's a regular watcher of the channel. So shout out to Porky's Corner. Yeah, back to the Jamie Takivi fight. It was smothered. All the work was smothered. He made it very, very difficult. Ignatius was extremely negative. Just looked like he didn't want to be in there. So it was an uncomfortable fight to watch. And yeah, Jamie Takivi got the stoppage, TKO. I can't remember what round it was, to be honest. But yeah, he got the stoppage. And apparently, like I said earlier, I think that was an eliminator for the English heavyweight title. Yeah, Jim McDonald, and I'm still trying to work out if this is a real. You know what? It'd be nice if it was the real Jim McDonald. Ben needs to show some humility, so he should, or so he does. See, I read it in your voice. Good evening to Jim. Blessing in disguise for Benzo, and we'll see what he's about now. Yes, I'm one of these that I'm a strong believer in. It's the losses that will test who you are. If you keep winning, listen, all right, okay, I guess you're going to learn from winning, but sometimes I think, yeah, we do need a little bit of a shake-up. I've pulled my socks up after like having some losses in life, and sometimes I think it's the same with boxing. And I'll always use Sandy Ryan as a prime example for that. Somebody lost earlier on in her career, and she really just knuckled down and went for it. And albeit she's been on, the Jessica McCaskill fight, I thought she won that. She's on an unfair decision on that. And then obviously we saw her go out and fight Michaela Mayer with, Paintgate, all of that stuff. But she doesn't give up. She wants to fight. It's all she knows. And she comes from Team GB as well. I think Ben will be fine. He's just got to recover, get well, and just come back and get on it, because he's more than capable. But it's going to be tough for him. He's got a lot of eyes on him, and that's what makes it tough for fighters when you've got so many people watching you, because you've built up that profile yourself. Because he's excellent at building his profile. You've got to realize, and I'm a lot of people that are watching you, a lot of people that compliment you, a lot of people that are nice to you, want a picture with you, they don't like you really. They're waiting. They want to see you mess up. And I think once you get that into your head and you're polite and you're respectful and you carry on, it won't matter. But it's when all those compliments are there and it boosts you up. And then it's like, how are you going to take the negative stuff? It's a tough one for him, but I believe that he'll be back and he'll be fine. But I definitely do want to see that rematch. I know Frank Warren's going to push for it, because literally as soon as it almost seemed, as soon as Cameron climbed out the ring, he was signing that contract. Come over to Queensbury. I just shared you live with at least 50,000 people on my Facebook boxing group. You're amazing. Facebook boxing groups. Somebody said that to me, to really get onto I've got a Facebook, but I'm sick of all this social media. I said once I get up to 10K on YouTube, I'm coming off Instagram. I cannot stand it. I like Twitter and I like TikTok's cool as well, but Instagram, oh, get rid. Mike's still on it. But thank you so much for that, Don. I appreciate it. I was taking the mick about people being here. It's just me being sarcastic. TWAT. Yeah, I heard about that. Yeah, the body shots. Yeah, he was sitting down on them, wasn't he? Yeah, I heard about the clothing thing. Obviously, I weren't there. Oh, shout out to Lauren. I wonder why Caris isn't with her. Who's that? Who's that with Lauren? Anyway. Boxing beats and rhymes. People are making too big of a deal because Ben had a tough fight. The man of reason. Guys, if you haven't, I implore you to subscribe to Boxing Beats and Rhymes. Boxing Beats and Rhymes, when I'm going out on my long runs, when I'm running down the Birmingham canals and it's me in the dark, or it's me at sunrise, I haven't done sunset yet, I listen to Boxing Beats and Rhymes. His voice, his tones, what he says about fights. He's like a true journalist. He listens to the conversations that people have on YouTube. He clips them up. He credits them. He puts their YouTube channel in his playlist, in his description, and he's such a wealth of knowledge. So, guys, I've got to plug Boxing Beats and Rhymes. He is my go-to channel. I do listen to him a lot. Awesome guy. We've got to do a live. We haven't done one in a bit. Beats, and that's my fault because I've just been all over the place, but we've got to do one again soon, and it's beautiful to see you. Which YouTube channel do I have tension with? None that I'm aware of. No, unless you've heard something. I'll name this account later. I can't really have problems with like people on the internet, or it doesn't work like that with me. 5-star. I like that username. It's a nice picture as well. Ben Whittaker shouldn't have struggled against a European level opponent in Liam if he's the future. Guys, do you think that in boxing sometimes that we just don't accept that fighters have off nights, that have bad nights at the office? Have we gone past that now where we just expect them to win every single time, and then if they don't, we just absolutely slate them to pieces? And this is not me because I don't do that, but I'm saying, are we not like letting people have a bad night at the office? Does that not happen anymore? Tough one, isn't it? Tyann, good evening. How about AJ paying for Kevin Mitchell's brother's funeral costs, calling his mother personally to thank her? What a classy man. The stick he gets is rotten from the UK boxing fans. People's champ, in my opinion. Yeah, I remember speaking to Kevin about that. He spoke to me and told me that story. So, yeah, it's something that he has said before. One of the things that I have heard about Anthony Joshua behind the scenes is that he's extremely generous. Whereas, he looks after fighters that he brings into like the sparring camps and stuff. I've heard that he's been financially generous to a lot of people. Like, he's looked after people, but he's not someone that goes around mouthing off about it. But I've heard from the inside that's what he's like. So when Kevin mentioned about, obviously, unfortunately, his brother's funeral and Anthony Joshua paying for it, that didn't surprise me because I've heard that he's really generous. Yeah, Mike's on one. Mike, you sure it's not Frank? He threw himself out the ring. He got warned for the head. He then got a final warning for low blows. Then he spat out his gum shield. Last ditch was to throw himself. You reckon? And the thing is, Michael McKinson lost. Whoops. Oh dear. Well, congratulations to Benji. Hey, you good? Congratulations to Benji for winning. Yeah, well, I wasn't watching that because I was talking to you. First time seeing McKinson fight, a bit disappointed after his talks, but he is usually better. This guy just got the better of him. But what was I saying at the beginning of the fight? That he was overloading his shots. Feet weren't the best. Looking for that knockout. And obviously, he didn't get it. After that performance, he won't get a world title shot until he's 50 with Shalom. Oh, no, he'll be all right. I'm going to say bad night at the office, guys. Crucify me. Bad night at the office. I'll take that. According to the boxing rules, when a fighter or fighters fall out of the ring, they have to get back in the ring on their own. And if someone helps them, they're automatically disqualified and lose. Dana? What is that? The Queensbury rules? I'm going to have to start doing some studying. You guys are giving me homework. I've had Emma and now I'm having Dana. Okay, I'll take that. People are so silly. They don't understand this with Ben. It's all part of the process, ups and downs. Yeah, I do think it's ups and downs. I'm not going to write someone off because they're I'm not going to. He didn't lose, did he? So, hi, Tom. Yeah, 47, 1977. Yeah, he was, wasn't he? Yeah, I have to pay him every month to keep him, David. I might do only because Iffy, I saw the anger in Ngannou. Unfortunately, I saw him put his arm up and he had the name of his son and that pain. So I'm interested to see what kind. And then obviously he suffered the defeat with Anthony Joshua after coming off a good fight with Tyson Fury. So I might actually. What do you say, Iffy? You won't get the win? You reckon? I don't mind. Yeah, look, Toby saying Ben Shalom said that Ben Whittaker had a neck injury. So why didn't any of his team or the ring doctor put him in a neck brace? Doesn't make sense. He ain't faking it. He ain't faking it. And that's not, look, that's not me being a fangirl, because I'm not. I think I like him because I think he's a cool guy, but I know he's not lying about the neck. He's not lying about the neck. Yeah, absolutely. I'm looking forward to seeing him back as well. There's just a bit of confusion, Mr. Francis. Because, and the confusion with me is Ben Shalom announced the partnership, just like Chris Eubank Jr., partnership. Okay, that's fine. Of course, you can work in conjunction with somebody. Not necessarily you control them, but you're working in conjunction with each other. Partnership, fine. But then Anthony Yard put out a video saying that he's got a 1-fight deal with Shalom. So I'm thinking, okay, if it's a 1-fight deal and he's fighting this chap tonight, does that guarantee the Buatsi fight? Because also in that interview, he seemed quite happy to say, you know what, I'm happy to work with Frank again. You know, I don't hold any hard feelings. He was so professional, so polite. It was nice to sit down and listen to his, you know, his views, his point of view. And then when the question's asked about, yep, okay, you can't overlook the opponents, but it's like, yep, everyone's thinking it's okay, he's with Boxer, it's going to be Buatsi Yard. There's still no definitive, like, okay, after this is a fight that's happening. Because look, the elite boys, the Beterbievs and the Bivols are going to be tied up for a minute. So the ideal fight is those guys. It's something that the British public have been talking about for years, and something that we'd really look forward to watching. Me for one of them. But there's a little bit of uncertainty. However, Joshua Buatsi is allegedly here tonight. So it'd be fantastic. Yard comes through the fight, emphatic, does what he does, and they both stand up and they announce the fight. And they say, this fight's going to happen such and such and such and such. But then you also have to remember they had an announcement with Azim and Harlem Eubank Jr. literally dragged him in the ring, and that fight was announced. And obviously it never happens because he's fighting O'Hara Davies. So you have to look at this and say, okay, yes, they could even have an announcement in the ring, but is there that surety? Is there that confidence that it's definitely going to be next? And once we get that surety, I think it'd be amazing. So the short answer is yes, I'm looking forward to seeing Anthony Yarde back too. Base, are you moonlighting? Shout out to Base the Kid as well. Head over to his channel and subscribe. He's actually on the ground tonight. Base, make sure you get a little catch up with the lovely Ben Shalom to find out what's happening with him. So yeah, Base the Kid and Danny from Fight Fan TV, they are at the event tonight. They are there ringside. I saw them showing them taking selfies in their seats while I look from home. Oh, I'm gutted, Chris. Gutted. I'm learning, David, but I like to watch the technical side of boxing. I like the technical stuff. You know, it's interesting. Ricky Reynolds, good evening, Lady Red. Good evening to you, Ricky. Ricky Reynolds and Red live on YouTube. No Shannon Sharp. Anyway. All right, Verstappen won the sprint and Norris dropped down to third, mounting the pressure on the back of Norris. Yeah. You should be on TalkSport. That show needs knowledgeable women on there. Funny that. No comment. Looks like him, but yeah, he's got it as AP. AP. If AP had a channel and he stood up and did comedy skits, I'd follow AP as well. You know what would break my heart though, AP? If you were like really cool on here and I found out that you was one of the trolls that was slagging me off. I think that would upset me a little bit. Because I actually like AP. Right, hey, have I got this right? Yarde has left Frank and His Excellency for Schoolboy Shalom for a fight with some person in the copper box. Well done to that boxing business savant, Tunde. Yes, the sarcasm that reeks from AP is amazing. Yeah, she lost. But I didn't watch it. I only saw what was broadcast on X. Oh, look, Boatsi's there. Hold on. Boatsi is there. I do like Boatsi. Yeah, Boatsi's there because obviously the fight that's coming up now is Anthony Yarde. And I will be silent and we will be getting... Look at the size of him. He is quite big, isn't he, Anthony? Right. It's after the fight. I want to hear an announcement. But then I'll have to take it with a pinch of salt. You're talking about activity, saying that he's been more active than Anthony Yarde. Yeah, they're talking about potentially what happens with the fight. Yeah, G, that fight was on TikTok. I didn't know that, but I saw the announcement on Twitter because boxers put a fight on TikTok, the prelims on YouTube, and then obviously the main event. I'm watching it on my Now TV app. You reckon? I just think he had an off night, Ricky. I'm not gonna write him off like that. I can't do that. Right, Whittaker should have never been matched with Cameron so early, and that's exactly what Frank Smith said, to be fair. And I didn't really think about it, but Frank was saying because of the opposition that he's had, to put him in with someone like Cameron was a bit of a jump, basically. So yeah. Yeah, Shannon was on early. She was the very, very first fight, Scott. Right, the opponent's walking, getting ready to do his ring walk. You know what? It's yeah, okay, thank you. I think I've got a face for radio though, David. Like Muhammad Ali said, his haters would pay great money hoping to watch him lose. A lot of boxing fans are fair weather. Once their fighter loses, they're ready to throw them in the bin. And you're right. I agree. I totally agree. And that's why you just like, oh yeah, I love your work. Thank you. Thank you very much. Oh yeah, I hate you. Okay, yeah, thank you very much. And just keep it moving and just keep doing what you're doing. And maybe with that amount of followers, I'd probably just lock the social media off, let somebody else manage it and concentrate on my fights. It's brutal out there. 30K. That's really good, that is. Maybe he didn't. And he got the win. See, James is saying, fair enough. You can have an off day, but you're going to have to take it back if you give it out. Yeah, she lost. Jasvinda, good evening. AJ is the best. I think he's matured because he really appreciates what he's grafted and achieved and doesn't need false props. But I think he's chasing respect. And I do agree with you, Jasvinda, which he's not getting. And I hope he wins a third time. Jazz, I'm inclined to agree with you there. I think that's a really good comment. And good evening to you. Keep dancing. Yeah. A buddy of mine makes AJ's boxing boots and I had a chance to meet him when he was in camp here in America. But I was sick that week. Oh, I doubt you're going to see him in America for a bit. He ran off, didn't he? Left Derek James. Derek James was lovely. I really got on with him. But then again, so was Ben Davison. He's good as well. The only one of his coaches that I didn't meet was Rob McCracken, but obviously I know his brother Max. They don't want the fight. Amen, Joseph. Amen, church. Is tomorrow. Amen. Joseph complains about my pictures on Instagram because he says that you can't look at my pictures and then go to church because obviously that means you're a sinner, doesn't it, Joseph? Joey, good evening to you. Oh, my pictures aren't that bad either. I think people are crazy. Boxing Outlet, love the channel. Good stuff as always. Much appreciated to you, Boxing Outlet. Right, hold on. Let me just read the last one before these guys go into the center of the ring. Diary of a Debt Collector, guys. Answer in the chat. Has anybody ever wanted Eubank Jr. to win before? Now I'm all in and behind him to beat the funds. I like that from Happy Days. Listen, I've got my funds on tonight as well. I've got my funds on tonight. I love it. Guys, answers in the chat. Let's get ready to go with this fight. We're not going to lie. This is the fight that we've been waiting for because we want to see what the consequences are should he come through with it. Is Anthony Yarde going to get that fight with Joshua Buatsi? If you've just joined, I'm Abs of October Red. Welcome to all of you. It's a watch along for Azim and Davies. No footage. It's just me rabbiting on like I've been doing for an hour and 24 minutes. Is it Volkans? Volkans is his name. I committed a sin today, guys. Those of Caribbean heritage in the chat. I went and had Guinness punch, didn't I? I'll put it this way. I don't drink milk. Leave the Guinness punch alone. Leave it alone. But it's okay because I'll probably lose about 3 stone overnight. So without sharing too much detail, guys. Right, here we go. Anthony Yarde, 33 years, 28 fights, 125 of them, KOs, 24 of the 25, and he's only lost 3. And I think he had his debut in 2015. He's been boxing for a minute, a 9-year career fighter. Is he entertaining? Does he bring ice to the sport? Yes, he definitely does. And I think this is probably his home arena as well, because he's boxed so many times out of here. So different promoter, but oh yeah, Frank also said he was open to work. Well, he's got a lot of time for Anthony. He did say you've got a lot of time for him. Hopefully you can't hear the sound in the background, because otherwise I'll just get copywritten. That would be great. So I will catch up with the chat in a bit. It's like this is the main event, but it isn't. What if he gets him out there early? I'm excited. We have got a good light heavyweight division. Round 1. Okay, Vulcan straight. Both men battle for the center of the ring. Vulcan's there trying to tap that. Straight away goes down. Backhand. The opponent goes down straight away. Round number 1. What was that? 10 seconds? On the floor. Count. First, mate, this ain't. Oh, he's fluffed. Forget it. Wow. Backhand once again. Lands a backhand once again. Vulcan straight on the back foot. Comes forward. Yarde just throwing out that double jab, throwing the backhand. Nice on his feet, springy on his feet, loose movement. A looping hook comes in from Yarde as he dips his head out the way, looking to throw another hook, but just takes a little cheeky look. We're getting a pouring jab coming back out now from Vilkans. Not much. Obviously didn't like that early shot. Yarde holds that guard up high. Nice boxing brain, keeping that hand out to parry the potential jab that's coming in from Vilkans, I do beg your pardon. Throwing a backhand to the body that comes in from Anthony Yarde. Nice movement, keeping that head offline, throwing out the jab. Just tapping Vilkans on the faces. Vilkans tries to come back with his own 1-2 and misses. Anthony Yarde lands the backhand, one to the head, one to the body. Nice, composed. Circling around to his left. Nice little dip feint there. Jab, head, jab, body. And that is coming in. Nice work from Yarde. Nice head movement as Vilkans tries to come in with a double jab of his own. He slips and dips and manages to evade the shot. Nice work. Nice work. I'm liking this. I get it. The opponent's not a Hollywood star. But yeah, it's good to watch. Jab to the body from Vilkans there. As Yarde goes back, hits him with the hook. The high guard of Vilkans as he tries to throw out his own shot. Shots, Yarde dips, high guard. Keeping that temple covered. Composed. Nice jab hand. The lead hand's down, then sometimes it's up. He feints it. Nice jab. Really nice, solid jab from Yarde. Good head movement. As you can see, his pigtails flapping in the wind. Nice stiff jab once again to the head of Vilkans. High guard. Vilkans comes in with his own jab, just touching Yarde through the guard of the gloves. Yarde currently on the back foot. Vilkans on the front foot, trying to put a little bit of pressure on, but no pressure there from Vilkans to Yarde as he throws in his own 1-2. Yarde dips out. Just throws out this pretend jab. It's not even necessarily a feint. It's a pretend jab like, hello, I'm here. Let's jump in the chat. That guy, Shalom's comment saying Whittaker's team changing. Oh. Did he say that? Did he say that? Shalom's comment saying that Whittaker's team is changing. Something wasn't right on the night. Whatever it was, who knows? Strange ending. Yeah, definitely a strange ending. MCB, good evening to you. I just looked up the rules. If a fighter falls out the ring, he has 20 seconds to get under his own power. And if he can't, the fighter who is in the ring is automatic. Whoa! Serious? Dana, are you getting this rule book out? Is this going to create a... So, okay. Wow. Okay. Dana, is that in the US to the UK? Do we have different rules? Can somebody confirm if that's UK rules as well? We are now going into round number 2. Vilkans comes out on the front foot, pushing that jab, double jab to push the Yard, the heavy, the beast, Anthony the Beast Yard on the back foot. Better boxing now we're getting from Vilkans. I think that knockdown must have woke him up a bit. However, when he moves back, when Vilkans moves back, it's not that his chin's in the air, but he's a little bit like flinchy, doesn't really want to get hit by him. He knows his power. There's some respect there as Yard lands a beautiful jab, knocking the head back of Vilkans. But he comes forward. He's trying to plant his own jab, but Yard is spoiling his work a little bit, just pulling that jab hand out the way so he can land his own. Nice disruptive work here going in from Yard. The jab is very solid from Yard, to be fair. A little bit of reddening on the nose of Vilkans, not surprising. Ran the guard hook from Yard. Jab and backhand coming in from Vilkans. Yard answers with the jab. And once again, I like the way that he just kind of like pushes that hand out the way to land his own shots. It's not like a jab. It's sort of like a looping hook, but it still uses a lead. And no, I'm not going to say lead left hook because it's sweeping. It's not a screw shot. It's not a jab. It's like a long hook. Nice head movement defense as Vilkans, apologies, got his name right, tries to land the jab of his own. Lands a body shot there. Turning around to both fighters, just moving continuously around to the left. I'd like to see some potential lateral movement, maybe a double jab coming in from Yard to sort of push him back and take advantage of that as he lands that backhand, which knocks the head of Vilkans back. Yard seems to be coming into himself, putting that pressure on. Vilkans is now on the back foot, looking slightly uncomfortable, but pouring out his own jab, almost like he's saying, I need to keep you off me, as he throws the jab and the backhand, throws a shot to the body. Yard then flicks out his stiff ramrod jab, goes to the body. Yard is in the center of the ring. What I'd like to see him do, possibly like these fighters are both like moving around, continuously moving around to the left. You just get a little bit of lateral, nice uppercut going in there from Vilkans as Yard comes back with his own jab. Don't like to see the mouth of a fighter open. Yard just took a little bit of a breath there as he jumps into a 1-2-3 combination, overhand with the backhand. We've got Yard on the hunt now, pushing Vilkans back at every opportunity. The more aggressive fighter, as Vilkans tries to push forward and throws his own 1-2-3, punching through the guard. Yard drops both of his hands. The round ends. Yeah, what I'd like to see, instead of them like continuously moving around to the left, potentially the use of the double jab to push the fighter back, and then just utilize maybe more body shots to stop that movement so he can start to nail his opponent down. We know that obviously he can land on the chin and get a result from that, but make use of that double jab, but use it so you're pushing them back. We want to get him cornered and not necessarily just continuously moving to the left. A little bit of lateral movement, keep him busy. Oh my God, Skyline, I'm not putting that on there. Oh, no, not putting that on there. I can't do that. Evening, Riyadh. Skyline, I can't put these comments up. Mr. E. Francis saying Yard beats Buatsi, in my opinion. Right, here we go. Are we going into round number? What round's this? Round number 3. Right, here we go. Both gentlemen in the center of the ring. I'll get back to the chat in a bit. If you've just joined us, I'm Abs of October Red. And it's a watch along. It's Saturday night. Where else are you going to be here except for tuned in and listening to me rabbit on about fights? Every day's a school day. And I'm happy to be here with you, learning from these fighters as they take center stage and put on some entertainment for us while we sit at home and moan at what they could have done better. Yeah, let's not do that. One thing I will say with Yard is he's quite entertaining, isn't he? But you can see that he's the more superior opponent. But at least he's not doing the forwards and backwards in the straight lines. That's it. Moving around to the right. That's it. Start to cut that ring off. Make the use of the space. Don't let him move, but start to put that pressure on. There's a reddening to the side of the head of Vilkans as Yard lands another jab, like clean on his face. Vilkans throws out his own jab and tries to counter. But like I said, he's more trying to like push the hands away of Yard. Yard there throws in a combination and Vilkans answers with his own. Yard then stops, resets, and gets ready to go again. You can see what he wants to do. He wants to get inside. Lovely movement from Yard. Nice slips. I like it. Oh, lovely cheeky hook on the inside there from Yard to the side of the head of Vilkans as he throws his own shot back. Both men are in the clinch. We are 1 minute, 18 seconds away from round number 3 ending. This is a 10-round fight, guys. We have got Joshua Buatsi ringside that is watching this fight. I'm just having a look at the styles now. The style of Anthony Yard versus Joshua Buatsi. And I think it's a very interesting clash of styles. And speaking of that, we had the 1-2 uppercut and 3 ending with the hook. And that came from Vilkans. A nice combination of shots there. Technical work we're getting from Yard's opponent. As Yard then throws in the overhand right. Vilkans comes back with his own right. Both men on the inside. Vilkans he's landed this uppercut a couple of times and he's doing it again. Overhands coming in from Yard. Good work. Once again, Yard gets in with that stiff jab. Vilkans comes forward, 1, 2, 3, going for the headshots, going for the body. Not bad. This Vilkans is now starting to come into the fight a little bit more. Guys, let me know what you're thinking in the chat. I need to catch up with this because I know this is going to be miles away down the chat, isn't it? Some body work coming in from Vilkans. Body work answered by Yard. Overhand by Yard. Interesting. One of those things that ruins. You know what? I'd hate if I was getting ready for a fight and someone was in my face with a mic asking me how you feeling. I'd be like, just get out. Just get out. How do you think I'm feeling? Get out. But whatever. I guess that's what you have to do, innit? One of the things that ruins a fight is inactive in the ring, fighting 1 or 2. Yeah, it's not good, is it, Dana? You've got to be active. Me trolling you? Nah, only troll people I'm not keen on. And I'm even getting a bit bored of them as well. No. They're not that bad. They're not that bad. Yard's got to make him stop within a round to make a statement. They keep spelling his opponent's name wrong. He's that irrelevant. Look, I've said his opponent's name wrong several times myself. It's Vilkans. Right, round number 4. Yard comes out. He's got that high guard, protecting his chin, lead hand out as he's tapping the face of Vilkans, looking to get there with that jab. Vilkans comes forward and throws his jab. The range is there now for Vilkans. He's landing his jab. He's landing. And once I see, there you go. As soon as he gets on the inside, he's throwing that uppercut. He's throwing the shots to the body. Some good work. Overhand right coming in there from Vilkans. Yard continues to march forward. The high guard, the jab, around the back of the gloves. 1-2, both guys in the clinch. Uppercut, body shot. Uppercut coming back in from Vilkans as well. He's throwing his own combinations. He's answering. He's not there to be a punch bag. He's coming to fight. And that's what we like to see. Looks like he's wearing Aston Villa shorts or West Ham. I recognise the colours. I don't know anything about football, by the way. Don't start asking me about football. Right, there we go. Sorry for that slight intermission there. A bit of traffic in the house. Right, the jab coming out. Both of them just touching, just touching, looking to potentially land that backhand, setting up that backhand. Body shot coming in from Yard. He pummels forward on Vilkans, but Vilkans turns himself away from the rope. Inside work going in from both of them. Yard takes a breath as it comes out. Nice backhand landed from Yard. Vilkans now on the back foot, guard up high. Yard is throwing out the shots, which are almost parrying a potential jab that can come out from Vilkans. But he's answering. He's in the fight too. Good inside work from this Vilkans kid. Some inside work coming in from Yard, both of them exchanging on the inside. I don't mind this, to be fair. You could say reset, box line, but it doesn't matter. Lovely, lovely overhand. That was an overhand left that came in from Yard, but Vilkans still stays standing and throws his own overhand right to answer. He looks a bit tired though now, Vilkans, if I'm going to be honest. A little bit tired. He's definitely warm, put it that way. Uppercut comes in as Yard guards up and walks forward. 1-2 from Vilkans. 1-2 once again from Vilkans. As he marches backwards, as Yard walks forward, the output is slowing down from Yard in this round. Yes, it is 5-star, yeah. Skyliner. Got to catch up with this chat, you know. So he did say he's going to be making changes to the team. Okay, interesting. He needs to, yeah, and I get it, and that's fine. Get those rounds in, get that working. Boxing outlet after 4 rounds in a fight. After 4 rounds, in a fighter is injured to fault of his own, it goes to the scorecards. Okay, so that's why there's probably a little bit of controversy with it. Shout out to Maestro. Good evening, my American correspondent. I think Maestro and I are going live at 1 p.m. UK time to discuss all things boxing. AP, you're just a brute. You reckon he's been slacking on the road work? I just don't want to miss any of this just in case he gets that knockout. There's a bit of reddening to the face because it just goes to show that Vilkans is landing some shots on the face as well. But every time he throws that, look at Vilkans. When he throws that jab hand, his backhand, it flails out. If he was to dip and just go in for the body, if Yard was like, you see when he throws out the jab, but his backhand goes out, perfect time to just get in there, go straight for some of them ribs. And a nice serving of ribs. Just slip the jab inside, whack, whack. Right, some inside work coming from both gentlemen now. Anthony Yard working nice on the inside, throwing some clubbing shots. Is he bleeding from the nose or is his nose just red? There's definitely reddening on the side of, I think it's the right side of Vilkans' face. The ref separates the two. Ryan, 5 of number 10. Backhand lands from Vilkans there. Emma, what are you scoring this on? I need you. What have we got? Ring generalship, aggression, defense, and what was the 4th one? Guys, based on the principles of Emma Wills that she showed us early on in the chat, can we have some scores? Well, how are we scoring this? I'm interested to know. Right, Yard's coming forward more aggressive now, more on the front foot, saying that Vilkans just throws in those uppercuts once again. He's good with that uppercut. Yard body shot, overhand, clubbing shot to the head of Vilkans. 1-2, nice counter from Yard. Looks like he might have wobbled Vilkans a little bit. Maybe just tuck that chin in and just go forward. Get that double jab in. Start to work that body. Work the body and finish the combination with a hook. Finish to the head. Work the body. Finish on the head. It's good. It's good to finish on the head. Vilkans is there throwing some shots out. Vilkans, sorry. Keep that palate wet. Right, Yard still manages to walk forward, tuck up, Vilkan's still going. He's throwing the shots. Yards. Love. Beautiful. Beautiful backhand. This is it. See, capitalize on that. That's it. He's rolling the shots. He's walking forward. Vilkans is trying to throw his shots off of his own. I think there's some bruising on the eye. There we go. Yard is now looking like he's starting to go for the kill. He's going for those overhands. He's going forward. He's getting him to the body, to the head. But Vilkans is still answering. He's saying no. He's throwing his own uppercuts back. Yard is resetting. The bell goes. He smiles and he walks back to the corner. AP started again. I don't know who you mean, James. I don't know who you mean. You know what? If he gets the rounds in, I'm not complaining because it's not boring, is it? It's not boring. When did he have his last fight? You know. Vilkans has been in camp because he should have fought somebody else. So he's ready. Fair enough, Yard's not his opponent, but he's boxing, he's using his brain. I like it, mate. I'm not complaining about it. Conor Benn's there as well. Gosh, everyone's there tonight. Yard was meant to make a statement. He might do. It's round number 6. Philip, good evening to you. No way Yard is struggling. Do you think he's struggling? Come on, guys. I need you guys to start scoring it according to Emma Wills. I should have left it on the screen. I don't know how to do that. And then go through the other chat. Good evening. If you've just joined, I'm Abs of October Red. Welcome to the channel. It's a live watch along. Currently, we've got Anthony Yard versus Vilkans, a tough opponent that seems to come to party. He's not going away that easy. He got knocked down in round number 1, but came back to his feet, woke up, and he's staying in the fight. Yard is definitely more dominant. However, Vilkans is answering. He's not just running away. Good fight so far. I'm happy to see Yard get the rounds in. Yeah, of course, we're in round 6. He can still get the knockout, but I'm not complaining watching this boxing match because I'm getting to see a little bit more of Anthony Yard. I'm getting to see how he's thinking. When an opponent comes forwards, when an opponent throws those shots at him, how's he dealing with them? So, yeah, it's a little bit of study. I'd say this is study of Anthony Yard. So, yeah. And then, like I said, with the weight, I'm sure he weighed 1.7. I'm sure somebody said he weighed 179, but don't quote me on that. But, yeah, good fight so far. It is, obviously, for the Azim Davies, which is next. Allegedly, it's supposed to be ring walks at 9 o'clock for the main card, and I do believe that we've got Dan Aziz and Willie Hutchinson that's called out Ben Whittaker from before. I believe they're fighting as a floater, and we've got these two men trading on the inside at the moment. There's definitely some redding and some bruising on the eyes of Vilkan from Yard. He's clearly put some damage in. Yard's got some reddening as he walks forward, but Vilkans is able to throw those 1-2s. Is Yard a bit tired, guys? Talk to me what we're saying. What do we think? Reset, let him reset. Use that double jab. Look how he flails his arm out when he throws his jab. Attack the body. And once again, Vilkans throws in an uppercut. Yard throws out an overhand. 1, 2, 3. Beautiful combination from Yard. Hook from Yard that really pushes Vilkans back on the back foot. It just seems like there's so many opportunities where you think he's going to finish. Vilkans manages to get off the rope, throw his own uppercut. This geezer's tough as hell. Good opponent. I don't mind the matchmaking for this fight. You know, when Yard walks out and he keeps his head up, just try and keep your chin tucked when you're walking out. And I understand like you're probably taking a breath and that, but just keep that head down. As a 1-2's landing from Yard. And because he's got like the pigtails, you can see like the hair flicking as well. And the judges will see that as like scoring points if you got your hairs going all over the place. That's why the girls like tend to braid their hair, don't they? La 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 la. A little bit more, so it's a 50-50 fight. Right, G saying Yard definitely needed this tune-up fight. If it was against Buatsi, he would have got smoked by now. We don't know though, do we, G? Because I'm still going to say that styles make fights. But yes, he's been out the ring for a bit. And like I said, I don't mind watching a fight like this. No Skyliner, I'm not putting that up. It just needs to carry it through. They'll push it through, Jazzy. If you said this is reminding me of the Cameron Whittaker fight. Yeah, Skyliner said Yard's cardio looks a little bit suspect. Too many patties and dumplings, bless him. Yeah, she lost on points. Fair enough. So you've seen that now. Right, here we go. Right, Yard takes the center of the ring, throws out the 1-2. Vilkan's okay on the back foot, throws out his own jab. He always starts with like a pouring jab, this Vilkans does. Then he like warms up and then he starts throwing a proper jab and he'll throw this 1-2. I should have probably had a look at this fighter. As Yard comes in with the 1-2, both of the guys once again on that inside work. The one thing that I do like with this is Yard's not been able to like clinch Vilkans. I don't know if it's because he's not tried to, but like just to tie him up. There's been no tying up of any fighter here when there could have been. Yard's hands have dropped, and this is just from a professional fighter that I spoke to. He said that one thing to test to see if a fighter's tired is their hands dropping. I said I thought that it's confidence. If a fighter drops their hands, their confidence is no, they're tired. They're tired. But hey, let's see. He picks them back up anyway. Vilkan's bruised face, but manages to throw the jab and the uppercut into Yard as Yard throws his own body shots in. Walks forward. Still in the center of the ring, but Vilkans is getting some shots off. He's throwing the 1-2. He's going to the body. Kind of like the shots that I want to see Yard throw. But Yard's good on the counter. Comes back with a backhand. Vilkans is 1-2. Yard is 1-2. Nice uppercut there, but skimming the face. Careful about the elbow, kid. Body shot. Yeah, ref, do your job. Uppercut once again. Ref separates them. Nobody's tied. They're not tied up though with each other. Double jab, backhand from Vilkans. Jab, backhand. Yard counters with the left hook. Round number 7 of 10, guys. We've got a minute left. This is going some. Let me try and catch up with this chat. Right, Skyline is saying, if your road work is on point, I'm going to got one eyeball there and one eyeball there. If your road work is on point, your mouth won't be open from the second round. Road work, probably the most underrated thing you can do as a fighter is run. And the thing is, I run now, and I hated running. Hated it. Don't tell me to run. I'm not doing it. 5 minutes on the treadmill. I'd rather sit on the spin bike for 7 hours. But now, running, the best thing ever. It really does help endurance. But you've got to mix it up. You can't just do long distances. You've got to do hill sprints. You've got to do what they call fartlet running, where you change the pace. You give yourself landmarks. You'll maybe sprint to one, walk from another to another, run from another to another, sprint, all of that up and down. So it's really messing with your cardio and your recovery. Running is heavily underrated. You don't need an oxygen mask on a treadmill. You just need a good pair of running shoes and a park, the street, or like me, the canal. Beautiful. Shout out Shane McGuigan. Yummy Brummy Gilf killing it on comms. Oh, this is for the guys in the chat. It's true though, Martin. It's very true. Very underestimated. But it's true. And it is a good fight, Daniel. Definitely a good fight. We are on round number 8, and I'm behind on the chat. You know what I'm like. It is a good fight. Here we go. I think Yard's probably going to step up the pace, but the thing is, Vilkan steps up with him. Now we're getting Yard's tying up Vilkans as he takes the center of the ring. Aggressive shots. You can see the Yard is sitting down on those shots, but Vilkans is taking that power He's taking that power and he's throwing back his own as he has that guard up. His gloves are sort of like placed like that as well. They're not tucked in like this. He's got that. So he's ready to parry. He's ready to counter. Uppercut once again to yards from Vilkans as he comes in on the inside. And he always manages to get off the back of the ropes. Overhand comes in and like a little semi-mini sort of screw shot there from Vilkans to Yard. Not phasing him though. He's still in the fight. He's still coming forward. Still throwing out his jab. Still keeping up with that head movement as he pushes Vilkans onto the back foot. But Vilkans counters, comes back with his own jab. Yard throws out a jab. Vilkans looking to see when he can throw the shots. Now they're both throwing jabs at the same time. There's some reddening on Yard's nose. I don't think it's bleeding though. Excuse me, guys. That Guinness punch is repeating on me. Overhands, backhand coming in from Yard. Vilkans, I think there's some that blood coming from his mouth as he pushes Yard back on the ropes. We are in round number 8 and Vilkans is extremely active. Guys, if you're listening to the commentary and not me, or if you're scoring it, not listening to me, you're just watching, can you tell me what you're thinking, guys? Because I'm trying to apply the Emma Wills logic of judging, and I shouldn't do this because it's too much for my brain. Right, we've got 53 seconds left in round number 8. Let me catch up with the chat. Damn, this wasn't a part of the script. I had Yard to win by decision. I don't think this guy is just a... I don't know. Conor Benn would get where... Usually, you know what I like to say? Somebody says to me, I get where water can't. Yeah. I'm going to use that one. I'm going to try and be a bit PC for the YouTube. He's got a better hairstyle tonight, yeah. That Alexander O'Neill look weren't the one, was it? I can't wait to see him. I'm going to ask him if he's doing an impression of Alexander O'Neill. Have a look at the criticised video if you don't, from back in the day. And Alexander O'Neill used to have his hair slicked back. But obviously, when you've got afro hair, you can have it all slicked back. But as soon as you start sweating, that shit just, like mine, it just starts to bush up and it just goes back to its natural curly state. Oh, Jazzy, I'm trying to be... Sorry, I'm just looking at Chris Billam-Smith. Right, Chris Billam-Smith is saying that Yard has switched off a little bit, and allowed Vilkans to obviously come into the fight. Electrical plus, Yard is looking a little sluggish. Maybe he's tired. He needs some rounds. Just found Yi on X. And he needs to end him now. Oh. Life's too short for watching Yard have another run out. Hand on head. Oh, AP. AP has a family. I hope they're all right anyway. Fight is evenly matched. And I've never heard of this vulgar. Vilkans. So if I had two pigtails now, I could have done that. I could have shook them, couldn't I? Anyway, let's keep the chat modest. If you've just joined us, welcome. I'm Abs of October Red. Yeah, welcome. We're doing a watch along. Anthony Yard is in the ring at the moment with Vilkans, who's putting up a bit of an account for himself. We are in round 9, number 10. Round number 9 of 10. Because I don't know what round 9, 10 is. But yeah, coming towards the end of the fight. Yeah, it's been interesting. I think everybody thought he was going to get the stoppage. Yard dropped him in round number 1. Lovely, beautiful timing. Got him with the backhand. But Vilkans says, no, I'm earning my money tonight. I don't care about overtime. I'm earning my money. And he's here. He's been in the fight. Both of them have been active. They're having a bit of a swing out now as Vilkans literally picking off the shots. Yard is like throwing back one counter instead of like, the 700 that he usually would throw out. Yard is holding the arm of Vilkans. The ref separates the two. Backhand, uppercut, backhands. Vilkans is going insane right now. Guys, are you watching this? Oh, the pressure. You know what? As a boxer, the pressure of doing this. Yeah, he knows, right? He's supposed to get this guy out of here. He signed this partnership deal with Boxer. He knows that Frank Warren's probably sat at home watching this. The pressure on these fighters going into that's not even getting in the ring and having the fight. That's everything that encompasses all of that pressure that you've got, that baggage that you carry into the ring. Do you leave it there? Or does it walk into the ring with you? Tough one. Tough one. Did he grow in confidence too quickly because he knocked him down early? Because Vilkans is really starting to put his shots together. Don't get me wrong, the Yard doesn't look hurt from the shots, but he's landing them. Do you understand what I'm saying? He's landing them. Come on, I need Yard to now start to push that pace, dig deep, sit down, and start to attack that body. Don't worry, you might not get the knockout. Just start to attack him. There we go. Nice counter backhand coming in from Yard. It wasn't easy to hit earlier on in the fight as he jumps into a jab and a body shot. But yeah, that head movement, the slips, I get it. We're going into what? We're in round number 9. It's tough. But this Vilkans definitely did his camp. Bloody hell, round number 9. Right, Maestro is saying, I'm amazed this fight is still ongoing. Vilkans was brought in to get destroyed in a highlight reel fashion. He goes on to say, Yard has regressed due to Maestro. You lot are calling him all his names except for his own. He's definitely game. Yes, I totally agree. Yeah, totally agree, Jabsy. I don't know, but I didn't, because remember I was asking you guys in the chat, Maestro, what do we know about Vilkans? What do we know about him? AP. See what I mean? This geezer. Right, Jabsy Jabs, 17-1, lost by decision. So has not been stopped yet. Maestro, we're talking tomorrow. I'm not doing this. I'm not playing these games with you tonight. Right, Russia's number 1 at 175, now followed by the USA at number 2. The UK has lost the number 2. UK's lost the number 2 spot. Are you talking about Benavides? See, surviving sobriety. I get up and run 5K every day before the gym. There's no cardio substitute for running. I totally agree with you. See, you're doing that before you go to the gym. Fair play. Because I have my running days and I have my gym days. I rarely do both. I rarely do both. I will run maybe about 2.5, 3 miles after a boxing session as a cool down, as a slow pace on the treadmill in the gym. But I won't go out running on the road, then go to the gym. That's wild. I used to run in the morning, then go boxing in the evening. But yeah. Yeah, we do use miles. Yeah, but I use kilometers and miles. Stop your rubbish. You can run. I don't want to get a good pair of running shoes and keep those bones moist by eating like your omegas, your fishes, stuff like that. That will keep those joints supple. Do yoga. Right, Richard, it's a good question. I'm not scoring. I'm not doing this. I've left it up to the chat. Somebody underestimated someone. Conway saying you can see it. You reckon you can see it upset? I don't know, you know. We're in the last round now, the minute of the last round. It's just the pressure that the fighters, come on, you can do it. Do it in the last round. Come on, Yard. Do it in the last round. Come on. Really put that pressure on him. You know you've got that power. This geezer's no joke, though. They might want to put that Vulcans in with some other light heavyweights, to be fair, as a test. So Tommy's not impressed. He's saying this isn't world level. I'm scared to even put up what AP's put on there, so I'm just going to read it. And thank God. Because you know what happens? People will listen to this or see this and they'll think it's me going on at the boxes, and it's not. So AP, you and Maestro can take the mic in the comments amongst yourselves, because I'm not getting involved in that. Right, we've got 10 seconds left now, guys. 10 seconds left. And it is literally to and fro with both of them. Both males, I'd say, were tired. A nice deep breath coming in from Volcans there. The fight finished. Respect for both guys. Let's see what happens. Where's Emma? Emma, I need the scoring. Mine, yeah, I like that Draco Malfoy. If he's saying, I can't believe this. I'm surprised you didn't bet on the other geezer, Iffy. I know what you're like. Yeah, Alexander O'Neill. Base, I need to know. Base and Fight Fan TV are live on the ground. Base, if you can give us any updates. I want the feel of in the ring. I want the look on people's faces. If you could feed any of that into the chat from the ground, like, hey, Base the Kid, I'm live at the. I need it in the chat, because we can't do that. But yeah. So Rem saying very disappointed by Yard. Oh. Yeah, but how many different names are you giving this fighter? Yeah, those uppercuts were horrible. Right, you're saying it's going to be close. Yeah. Viewers' verdict have got Yard winning. TV announced he's piecing him up. Tasha, good evening. Right, people are not impressed with the performance. 98 to 92. Well, I need Emma. Emma! 98 to 90. Can you explain? Okay, I'm just going to go in the chat for this. 98, 92. I was doing interviews while the fight was on, only saw the last 3 rounds. Yard was dying in there. This is from the ground. This is Base the Kid that's actually on the ground. Thank you for that, Base. Yeah, look, Mark said 98, 92 is wide. Half past fashion. Good evening to you. Another female in the chat. A bit underwhelmed. Conway saying there's no way that was 98, 92. Home advantage. Kiss my teeth. Not impressed. So Jazzy's saying, bear with me. Jazzy's saying this is more a case of poor matchmaking. This was as poor as sticking Whittaker in with Cameron. Do you think we just didn't look at him properly then, Jazzy? Was hoping for a better performance. Yard gave Beterbiev a hard fight. Let's not forget. So this wasn't for me. Was it a hard fight? It definitely wasn't that wide. 97, 94. Sky have it for Yard. Feels like a draw for me. Scorecards once again. Right. Conway is saying Morgana brother Buatsi wins. He's not ranked by anyone other than the WBA. Okay. Anyway, Morgana brother wins if they fight. Mark E is saying, to be fair, Yard is. Hold on, let me hear what he says. I'm just going to try and listen to what he says. Excuse me in one moment, please. Yeah, and I like that analogy. Where's Joshua Buatsi? Right, he's basically saying the worst thing that could have happened to him is that he dropped him early. And in his fight, he's always getting people out there. So it was good to get the rounds in. Look, I can't argue with that. Where's Buatsi? I'll fight anyone. Stars make fights. So he's basically saying whoever's put in front of him, he'll bring out the best version of him. All right, he's just said there's not just Buatsi, there's Dan Aziz and Craig Richards. What the fuck? You see, what did I say to you lot earlier? Yeah, look, Joshua Buatsi's geezer standing behind there. Dwayne Sinclair, you can see him in the background smirking. Ben Shalom's behind him. Oh, fuck. Oh, I don't want to swear. This was a routine fight, and he didn't get rid of him. I'm outside the ring. He said, I don't want to say too much. I'm outside the ring, but I know what I would have done with that opponent. Buatsi don't look impressed. Based on that, what? So is the fight going to happen? Yes or no? This is what we're waiting for. Excuse me, guys, just bear with. I'm trying to listen to what they're saying. So this is when right, they're having a chat about it. What I was expecting to happen is they got the win, and then this is it now, because this is the fight that okay, he's partnered with Boxer. This is a fight. Listen, this is why I get frustrated. Right, let me just go back to the chat. Right, where was we? Right, Mark was saying, to be fair, Yard has been out the ring for a long time. I'll give him some grace. Yeah. Right, WBA ranks him at number 14. Is this Velkan's, I take it? Yard might have just scraped it. Yeah, I'm not doing the judging. Ring activity. Whose fault is that? Yard got the rounds in. He definitely did, which is what he said he wanted to do. Martin, it was hard for Yard on the undercard. You have such a way with words, Martin. It was hard for Yard on the undercard. Right, sick of this ring rust BS. Volcans has been out of the ring the same amount of time as Yard. 98 to 92 is ridiculous. Definitely not world level. So all of that, so all of that, we were looking forward to it. We was expecting that, potentially this is what's going to happen. The fight's going to, and then nothing. It's just empty promises. Ring rust, only its excuse applies when it's an opponent with a Wikipedia, not a known. I don't know. Can ring rust? Listen, he's got the rounds in. It wasn't boring. This guy was tough. He turned up. Yard got the win, no problem. I told you I'm not doing scoring. But that's not what we were here for. If you go out on a date and you get told, oh yeah, I'm going to do this and this is going to happen and it's going to be the time of your life. I keep using dating analogies because those are the things that I can only relate to. Or someone keeps chatting rubbish in your ears saying, yeah, I'm going to do this. I'm going to do this for you. I'm going to set that up. And then they don't do it. Do you know how frustrating that is? That is frustrating. Hi, Jam Down. I'm sure. Can you stop with the name? Would have given Beterbiev a hard fight. Yard needs to focus more on the body shots where he had success, and he definitely did have success. Maestro, I know what you're going to do anyway. Yeah, base. But what do you think about what Buatsi said, Base? What do you think about what Buatsi said? Buatsi clearly wasn't impressed because he was smirking, and he's not really a geezer that smirks. Obviously said he'd get him out of there. Obviously he weren't impressed, but he said he's not going to be disrespectful. He said his performance wasn't his best performance, but he was in there with somebody like that. He expects to get him out. What do you think about what Buatsi said? Base, you're there on the ground. I beg you, get an interview. Terrible matchmaking. Yard did okay against a very tough fella. We want to see Volkan. Yeah, I agree. Let's get Volkan's back. I need him back. But again, he hasn't half-past fashion. But again, he hasn't been out of action for a minute. So I guess he has been out of action for a minute. So ring rust is a thing. I think it is. Is that what he said? Is that basically what he said? Buatsi said, don't mix me up with these guys. Oh, dead. Right, Maestro saying Buatsi should pass. Why? Why are you doing this? Call Troy Jones. He'd be just as competitive as the guy tonight. James. That guy. This guy's from Latvia. Big up for his performance. Yard definitely took him lightly. Yeah, absolute credit. It was good to watch. And like I said, I'd like to see him back. You're saying that he looks bored. Ra Amma, good evening to you. It's not because of Ben Shalom. What isn't? That the fight isn't happening. I knew Yard didn't want the smoke. Oh, he said he'll fight anyone, but he said it's not just about Buatsi. He said there's Aziz and Craig Richards. And then my heart just sunk. I don't know. I was expecting a face-off. I was kind of like anticipating a face-off. Ring rust. Yeah, Martin is funny. Yeah, Volkan's Hutchinson. Yeah, that's a good shout. That's a good shout. I think Hutchinson wanted the rematch with Buatsi, didn't he? I know that's not going to happen, but I think I've seen that somewhere. Boxing outlet, fair play to both fighters. Yard out for 12 months. Good for both to get the rounds in. I think both of them were out for a similar time. So, yeah. I don't think it's a lazy camp. I don't think it's a lazy camp, Skyliner. The performance was that bad. It didn't warrant the face-off, and he fumbled the bag. That's the second time I've heard fumbled the bag this week. Circumstances so different. Right, Ben Shalom is confused. What do you mean he's confused? What's happened? What have I missed? Right, here we go. The problem, and this is from Skyliner, they have is getting round Uncle Frank's matching rights, and that's a whole different show, that is. At this point, I'd rather see Yard versus Tim Docklin than Yard versus... Now, I want to see Yard versus Buatsi. And like he said, same time at the ring as Volkan's. If it's just... None of this is funny, and I'm quite upset. I think Tunde will be looking for a rematch with Arthur or Bivol next. Is that a joke? Anthony Yard is above the likes of Buatsi. Joel's saying that he agrees with Base. See, are you there as well, Joel? Bro, this fight was like being limp on your wedding night. I'm glad you said it. I'm glad you said it. Not the fight. I like the fight. It's what happened after the fight. That build up. That build up. We had all of the foreplay. We had the ingredients. Everyone was saying to me, I think it's, oh yeah, the yacht is going to be next. And I said, wait and see, shall we? Wait and see. O'Hara's getting ready to walk in the ring. Bloody hell. I wonder how this fight's going to go. Who have you got winning for this fight? This could be particularly exciting. How much has O'Hara got left? I'm never going to write this kid off. Never going to write him off. But we know that Azim is good as well, and he's powerful. Azim is powerful, and he's under the tutelage of Shane McGuigan. I've got a lot of time for Shane. Lovely guy. I don't know who the matchmaker is. Base, find out who the matchmaker is. You're on the ground. It's a question that a lot of people are asking, especially since last week's events. Yards level is somewhere between Tim and Dan. He's not on Buatsi's level. That guy's saying Buatsi didn't look incredible in his last outing, sorry, despite the KO. Can we just get this fight done? I'm with you. That guy, I am with you 100%. Iffy, I'm not putting that up. No, Riyadh, it is the main event, but they've got Dan Aziz on as a floater. Hence, obviously, why Buatsi's there to support Dan Aziz, isn't it? Oh, that was Frank Warren, isn't it? Oh, Buatsi also looks bored. He's all right. I keep him entertained. Right, Ra's saying that Amma, sorry, is saying that Buatsi will win. We've got the Ghanaian flags going up in the chat. Yeah, George, he did win. He did win. We just expected a stoppage, and we expected a little bit of a face-off with Joshua Buatsi and Anthony Yarde, and we didn't get it. So we're all in our feelings about that at the moment. I think with this chat, I think a few of us are Anthony Yarde fans and a few of us are Joshua Buatsi fans, but we've come together in solitude tonight, in agreement tonight. We've got reasons why it didn't happen, reasons why it should have happened, but Yarde did win. You got the win. You got the points win. The scorecard, I'll leave that to you card experts. But yeah, I thought it was a little bit wide, but whatever. I'm not a judge, so I can't say anything. We've seen a face. JD, how are you doing? JD Dyer, one of my favorites in the industry as well. Started off doing YouTube, worked for Sky Sports, done some fantastic work, especially with the football. But now he's moved over to TNT and he's doing the boxing for them. But 1 minute he's broke his foot or he's tore his Achilles. He's walking around in a boot. And then the next minute he's got sunglasses on because he said he's just started to be able to see again. JD, I hope you're all right. I have sent you messages on Instagram, but I haven't heard back. I've been aired. But I hope you're all right. And if you're not, get well soon. Draw at the best. Oh, James, no. Bro, we're all still waiting. Jamal saying it seems like Tunde wanted 2 warm-up fights before the Yarde fights Josh. Well, then Joshua's just got to carry on doing what he's doing. Right, George is saying, funny how Yarde and Buatsi shying away from a fight. Yarde's fought at world level. Buatsi is still fighting British level. Listen, guys, and this is what the chat's there for. It's for these arguments because people have opinions, and opinions are based on perspective. And just because I see something one way doesn't mean that you guys are going to see it my way. George, valid? I'm not putting that up. I'm going to get into trouble. This loss just made Volkan a name in the division, and his win, and this win for Yarde has just made every other light heavyweight lick their lips. This is the reality. I was just about to lick my lips then, but I won't do that. Ben, good evening. Oh my God, there's so much in the chat. Michael McKinson lost, Jack. But I was on here yapping again, weren't I? So I didn't watch it because I was engaged in talking to the people in the chat. Right, Ahara Davies, Adam Azim, both in the ring. Getting ready for this fight. I wonder how this is going to turn out. Right, Jazzy is saying Azim for me. But it's true though, Jam Down. Not that I'm a bedroom bully, because, but disappointed. I'll be like, get out, go, be gone. Be gone, fool. You have nothing for me. Be gone. Right, I'm sorry, it's Tunde. He wanted 2 fights as a warm-up before Josh, so I'm not surprised. All right. I just thought, well, you know what? Maybe I was looking forward to things that I thought were going to happen. And you've got Azim winning. Apparently, O'Hara has 2 tanks left. We'll see, won't we? If you said the matchmaker for boxer fights must be on the matchroom payroll. You're saying this internal sabotage? Is there a saboteur in the camp? Yeah, Robbie. Oh, Jamo. Now you're talking. Now you're talking, Jamo. Yes. Why not? Why not? Right. Daniel's saying, I reckon OD for the win. A KO or a TKO. Yeah, Diary of a Debt Collector's put, I want Adam to win, but I've put money on O'Hara Davies. Boxing fans, you're wild. Shot KO only due to the weigh-in. Azim looked drained. All right, one sec. Here we go. Right, both men to the center of the ring. This is the main event. If you've just joined us, welcome. If you're watching it on replay, welcome. This is the watch-along for the live fight. No footage between Adam Azim and O'Hara Davies. The fight that we didn't know that we needed. We didn't know that we wanted because we thought that Adam Azim was going to go in against Harlem Eubank. That never happened. And here we have it. We are here in my living room, in my study, but we're watching the fight live from the Copper Box Arena in London. Nice, tidy work. Azim looking like the more aggressive fighter to start off with. Looks like O'Hara's trying to counter. The timing looks really good on Azim. He's got that stiff ramrod jab, but saying that, O'Hara lands his own. We've got purple and white shorts with Azim, and we've got the green shorts with O'Hara. They say you're only as good as your last fight. I think Azim, I can't remember whether Azim's fight was in Wolverhampton. I know that he may have been out with injury, maybe. And O'Hara's last fight, I believe, was in the States. These guys know each other of old. If you didn't know, Tunde Ajayi, they were in the gym with him from when they were younger. So they do know each other. There is a bit of history, but obviously as time's gone on, they've grown up, they've separated, and gone their separate ways with their respective trainers. But yeah, there's respect here between 2 fighters outside of the ring, but Azim on the front foot, tidy, compact, looking to land with purpose, pushing O'Hara, OD, Davies on the back foot. Azim's looking strong in here, you know, guys. Seriously. And his timing's not the best either. He's just tried to throw a counter at Azim and he missed quite widely. Azim's feet, wide stance, planted, side on, keeping one hand under the chin and the other one stays low. As he just marks, he walks forward, trying to get that timing, making sure that he can land the shots as he does again. I'm definitely saying, you know, we've got 43 seconds left. Azim, definitely more aggressive, more shots landed. Not that I've got my CompuBox head on. As O'Hara lands a lovely counter on the head of Azim. Azim throws a 1-2. We're going into the last 30 seconds of round number 1, guys. O'Hara just hasn't seemed to get into that range yet, but he has got a nice long jab when it's there. Just that couple of centimeters, if that, just to get into range to make sure it lands. But Azim's able to land correctly. He's got that range. It's there. Yeah, 10 seconds left. JD Dyer is saying boxer matchmaking as a whole has been a struggle tonight. Courtney, Yard, McKinson. I wonder who's doing the matchmaking. Base, if you're on the ground and you can hear me, can you find that out? Who's doing the matchmaking? Azim win here for me. If he's saying Davies has been playing Mr. Nice Guy, let's see if it was all an act. I think he stops Azim though. I'd say a competent round according to Emma's rules. That's what I'm going to call him from now on. I'm going to say it was a competent round for Azim. Right, Jazzy's saying Steve Furness made the Whittaker fight and Kevin Campion made the Yard Vulcan fight. Both had bad nights at the office for both matchmakers. So we highlighting it because of the key fighters. What about the other fights that they've matched? How have they gone? Are we good? Are we doing a little bit of witch hunting here on the matchmakers? Clearly, two separate matchmakers. Do they not work as a team? Who knows? It's on as a floater, George. It's on as the last one. Yeah. What I will say is I do like the fact of Adam's like really planted in his feet. He's got that really wide stance, but he's able to move in and out of range quite comfortably. Where O'Hara slightly, legs slightly closer. There's nothing wrong with his stance at all. I'm saying his legs are slightly closer. Azim just looks like he's more strong and more planted on his feet. But saying that, O'Hara's now in the middle of the ring, let off a couple of shots. Azim there throwing out the stiff ramrod jab. Good movement as well. He's not just circling one particular way around the ring. He's using the space that's in the ring. We had a bit of lateral movement there. He is currently moving around to the right, but skims a 1-2 on the head of O'Hara, who stays there with the high guard. He flicks a jab, trying to open up the gloves of O'Hara so he can land the shot. O'Hara's not falling for these tricks. However, tries to mark Azim to go in for his own, and Azim just jumps in to land his own jab. Yeah, good work. That jab pouring out from O'Hara as he waits for the counter to come back from Azim, putting his guard up there. Azim's definitely looking competent in here tonight. O'Hara on the back foot. I don't know. Is he being patient? Is he playing possum? The jab. Nice little feint. Head movement feints. Feinting with the body. We're getting a variation from Azim. So it keeps the mind of the opponent thinking because they're not sure. Are you going to throw a shot? Are you going to come in? And that can mentally tire a fighter. We've seen this before. That's why feints is probably something that fighters don't use as much, but they should because it's tiring. Or potentially when you're throwing out the shots, you're looking at a combination. Just tap with the first two and land the power on the third shot. Obviously, when you're comfortable, you're in range to let the combinations go. Yeah, I like this. Nice. It's from the thing is, Azim flicks the jab up from his waist. It's a low jab, but it's so quick. He's able to land it because usually fighters can read when that's coming, but Azim is able to have that jab hand low and just flick it up, and it's fast. Look at that. He feinted with the jab hand there and then landed the backhand and was able to get out of range before O'Hara could get any of his shots off. Yeah, nice work. I like it. Right, Yard looks like afterwards he didn't want the Buatsi fight, and I bloody agree he needs to drop levels. Yard won't be shocked if he targets Aziz or Richards instead. I don't want to hear that. It's not happened yet. It's not happened. It's happening after this. What time are we? It's only 9:30. Why does it feel like it's 10:30? It was a tough. It wasn't as straightforward as we anticipated. If no, it's not the main. They're treating it like a floater, Chris. R says if both boxers want it, it should happen. But you have advisors in both boxers' ears trying to make bread for themselves. This is the business of boxing, whether we like it or not. Yeah, I don't know, James, if I'm honest. I don't know. That's what I'm thinking. I don't know. We'll see how it goes. We're in round number 3 now, aren't we? And it's a 12-round fight. Will it go the distance? Jay Lanks, good evening to you. How you doing? Hot off the press, guys. The Buatsi team are moving on from the Yard fight. You've heard it here first. Base the Kid is on the ground. He's on the ground. He's there at the copper box. He's in earshot of those guys. I don't know if this is a fresh interview, but at 9:28 this evening, 9:28 p.m., you can see it on the screen. Base the Kid, the hardcore casual, who also interviews fighters. Go and check his channel out. He's just said the Buatsi team are moving on from the Yard fight. Mikey PC, bit late to the party. How high does OD have his shorts tonight? Good evening, Mikey. And better late than never. That's a real good update, that is. Base, can you elaborate? Oh, no, he's in the chat. Hold on a minute. Let me have a look. Was he there? Is that you taking the mic, Jazzy? Right, I need to update, if I can, from base. What has confirmed that? Why do we know that? Moving on. Or is it just from, obviously, what Boazzi? Nah, you've said the team, so you've obviously had a different conversation. Keep us updated on that. I'm very, very interested. Very interested. Listen, thanks for your company. It's appreciated. Yeah, he's nice, isn't he? He's compact. He knows how to use. He's very good with the punch selection, with looking for where he wants to hit. The way that he stands, you can see that he packs some sting, some pop in his shots. Azim, good fighter. And he just, at the moment, I'm going to say he just seems a little bit too much for O'Hara. He's going to start sticking that pressure on. Azim is a fighter that will start to, he'll break you down over time. And you've got to remember, he's got Shane McGuigan in the camp. And Shane McGuigan really does dish out some good corner advice. Yeah. I don't know, AP. Don't know. Hansworth versus Alan Rock. Yeah, the good old days. Don't know if. I'd say at the moment, the more the fighter that's controlling the fight is Adam. But O'Hara's experienced. He could grow into the fight in the later rounds. So he's so funny. Look, Dan Aziz. I'm glad to see him back. Diary. Right, just to confirm that it's not a floater. I do beg your pardon. I've been saying that it's a floater for the wrong reasons. Just to confirm, Aziz's fight isn't a floater. Sky had to have the main event at 9 due to the F1 because Edmondson sold a lot of tickets. They've moved it till last to keep the arena fairly full. All right. Okay. Base is coming in with these hot updates. Right. Conway's saying it's going to go to around 6-7. Okay. To who? Evie's saying, I think AY cannot even make the fight with Boazzi because his contract issues with Frank. That's what I'm saying. We don't. Everyone was mouthing off. I'm making a point. Everyone was mouthing off, saying, "Oh, shut up, he's going to fight." And I was like, "Yo, if it's not announced, we don't know. Just cool. Let's see what happens tonight." So Yard versus Aziz next, or Spider. Well, Base has just said that he's walking away from it. Gabriel, beautiful name, Gabriel. The Messenger. It's going to be a great fight tonight. Which one, Gabriel? The Dan Aziz one or the one that's on now? Good question here, Ben. David, have you had a drink? Or are you chatting to the other guys in the chat and telling them that you love them, David? Are you related to Jeremy Clarkson? I used to love Top Gear. Top Gear, I used to get excited about the Stig because I used to love the way that he drove. And sometimes I may have pretended to be the Stig because it was a mystery because we didn't know who he was. And then the Stig got a bit too big for his boots, didn't he? And then he revealed, and then they got a new Stig, but it was never the same. I love cars. And you know, when they used to have the rubbish car that they used to do the lap in, and they used to teach like celebrities to drive, and it was the fastest lap. Or sometimes it was a good car. Yeah, I miss that. Bloody hell, 15-round bout. I don't think they do that. Mikey said he always picked Boazzi over Yard. I think he's got better fundamentals. And I still really want to see it. Same. Right, you're saying that Adam gets it. Thank you very much. Merci. I think David's in love, everyone. David is in love. Not a good place to be, David. I won't advise anyone to fall in love unless it's with themselves. Yeah. Right, the results for McKinson lost. So Bengi won that fight. I think McKinson was just very, very over eager. Then the Jamie Takivi got the stoppage, TKO, but his opponent was very negative and it just didn't look like he wanted to be in there. Then we had Anthony Yards versus Volcans. Volcans really came to party. He was countering. He was aggressive. Good fight for Yards, to be fair. As a combat fight, I won't disrespect that. I enjoyed it. It was a good fight. The scorecards, I'll leave that to the scorecard expert. I thought it might have been a bit closer than was implied on the cards, but at the end of the day, the judge made their decision. And the update from that, Boazzi didn't look impressed, and Yard said, it's not just Boazzi in the division. I can fight Dan Aziz and Craig Richards. So we're kind of like at crossroads there. But this is me half listening and obviously going on the updates from base, who's on the ground, who's confirmed that Team Boazzi has said they're moving on from the Yard fight. So it looks like our hopes and dreams have been put in the bin. Very anticlimactical. And we've got these two now. Adam Azim, not doing too bad at all. Cool, calm, composed, very compact, very neat boxer to watch. I'm going to say to me, he's doing better out of both fighters. And that's where we are, really. And I've got to stop saying that Dan Aziz is on a floater. He isn't. Earlier events, because of Formula One, I think it was the qualifier that's over in the US. And Edmondson sells a lot of tickets. And this is from Base the Kid that's on the ground. So they've kept it, they've sort of like upgraded it as a main event because of the tickets that Edmondson sold, who is Dan Aziz's opponent. And they've done that. They did that with Tyler Denny in Wolverhampton. I think Azim was the main event for that one as well. But Tyler Denny sold loads of tickets. Wolverhampton, he was going to. So hopefully that's enough of an update for you. I think that's it. Hopefully I haven't missed anything else out. If I have, chat, please keep him informed. Right, if Ben's saying, I think Azim versus... Okay, you're saying if you reckon it's going to go 12. We're in round number 5 now. Both of them starting to get closer towards each other. Behave. He's a bit slow and sluggish. Oh my God, Jazzy, I'm not putting that up. Oh, the horror goes down and his face is mashed up. Yeah, who said 6 and 7? His face is as bloody as hell. This is what I'm saying, those accurate shots. Yeah, Azim's going to finish him. 1-2. Yeah, he's going to go down. Azim, compact. Yeah, his glove touched the floor. He's tucking up. He's on the back foot. He's smiling. We've got 1 minute left in round number 5. Somebody said round number 6 to 7. Oh, it was you, Conway. Yeah, you called it. Azim's face. Davies' face is as bloody as hell. And he's been down for the count now. He might get through this round then. So it could be number 6. 1-2. But Azim keeps the pace. Starting to overload his shots a bit. Ahara's there swinging as well. 1-2-3. Nice counter from OD there. A jab come back. He come back there with a jab to the face of Azim. Azim then throws in a hook. Ahara on the back foot. 21 seconds left of round number 5. Nice blood on the clothing of Azim there. 1-2. 1-2. This is the work coming from Azim as Ahara backs up, throws out his own jab, dips down. Azim throws his jab out, 1-2 coming back in from O'Hara. We've got 10 seconds left. This round's going to finish. The respect there from O'Hara to Azim as he walks back to his corner. Ooh. Oh, is that Baz? That's Bazza from must be just doing an extra bit of corner work. Yeah, you gotta love you, innit? I'm not putting up that jazzy jabs. You did say it. Conway called it. Right, it was a body shot. Yeah, it was a body shot, delayed, then down. Yeah, body shot. Conway saying he's done. Davies down. O'Hara flinching is peak. Yeah, this boxing game, man. We've been going for 2 hours and 45. I said, you know what I said today? We was only supposed to do 2 hours. I thought it was going to be a quick one tonight. I thought we was going to have a little quickie and then I was going to ride off into the sunset. But no, it's going on for a little bit longer than that. So if you've just joined us, I'm Abs of October Red. This is a live watch along, no footage. At the moment, we are in round number 6. It's just started with Adam Azim and O'Hara Davies. 12-round fight. These fighters have got a little bit of history, as in they know each other from when they were kids. Same gym, same trainer, which was, to start off with, Tunde Ajayi, who we've just seen his fighter, Anthony Yarde, go the distance with what should have been a pushover, but he wasn't. Old Volcans was very tough. But yeah, we put that behind us. We put the potential of Anthony Yarde fighting Joshua Buatsi. We put that behind us for now because there's nothing being confirmed. So yeah. Sorry, Eve, but you know what I mean. It's quite a long session considering I didn't think it would last this long. Right, a 1-2 coming in. Some counters coming in from O'Hara as he throws in his own 1-2. But when he tries to land that 2, Azim is like guessing it and slipping out the way, so he can't land it properly. Jab comes out from O'Hara. Jab from Azim. Davies throws one back. Azim's able to slip the shots, keep his guard up. Slip, looking to counter with a hook, but O'Hara moves out the way, so his timing, he doesn't get to land. 1-2 from Azim. Double jab from O'Hara. Counter coming in as a jab, lands from Azim on O'Hara. O'Hara counters with a sweeping hook. Backhand there from Azim. Good work, though. Body shots, body work coming in from O'Hara. Nice little combination there. Now they're starting to fight. We've got a minute left in round number 6 of 12. I actually thought that this fight would have been potentially over this round, but still in there. And this is where the experience kicks in, I guess. But O'Hara needs to watch his balance when he's overloading on them shots. If Azim like tucks under and counters him, he can just go over based on balance. That's right. Backhand coming in from Azim. O'Hara tries to throw out the same, but misses. Azim's able to get this timing to a T where he's able to slip a lot of the shots. I like that. Body shot and uppercut coming in from the left-hand side from Azim as he goes straight back for the body again. And I know that'll be Shane saying to him, go for the body. Don't headhunt. He's peppered up his face. Start to attack the body. Right, I reckon he'll probably go back into that corner and he potentially may finish up or try to finish up with the body shot. Shane gets in the ring and he stares over to the corner of O'Hara, having a look, saying, let me have a look, let me see. And he's going to turn back around now and give his advice. I love it. No. Actually, I've got a signed Mike Tyson picture that was given to me by the lovely people from Acot Screen Boxing Gym. Yeah. Thank you, David. Won't be surprised, and this is from Iffy, if O'Hara bet on himself to get stopped. No will to win for him. You don't think he's got the will to win? Just waiting for Azim to explode with the combo. Look how Shane's looking at his opponent. I love it, you know. Right, tucking up straight into the middle. Jab gets thrown out. Davies answers with his own. He's tucked up his low. He's swinging wildly, trying to swing that overhand to land on Azim, but it's not working. Some inside work, uppercuts, hooks coming in. And this is both guys. Yeah, you see with this viewer's verdict, it's 60-54. I can deal with that. They've got winning every single round. 1-2 coming in. Body shot coming in. I did have T-shirts and that Legal Eagles. I did have some T-shirts and some baseball caps. I still wear them to the gym. Leggings, but the girls' leggings are... I'm sure you can say that now. But yeah, we'll leave that there. But I might get some T-shirts and stuff printed. Body shot work there coming in from Azim to O'Hara as he goes to the body with the left hand, then goes to the head. Davies is tucked up on the ropes, not tucked up uncomfortably, but tucked up ready to throw his own shots. He just keeps on like overloading, swinging a little bit, where Azim's got that advantage because the shots, they're landing, and they're landing quite well. Azim, body shot. I think Shane might have told him to start to attack the body. Nice slippery movements there from Azim as he slips and rolls, anticipating a swinging shot coming from Davies. 1-2. Not really landing though. Oh, saying that. The overhand right did. But the nose of Davies is bloodied. Good matchmaking for this one. How far can Azim go? Because he's a good fighter. He's a good fighter. Good team. I like it. As O'Hara jumps in, trying to throw the 1-2-3. Azim just leans out of the way, almost like millimeters. Yeah, it's pretty... when you look at, say, one-sided, I'm going to say it's 80, well, maybe 75-25 one-sided, but like I said, it just looks like Azim's, but, you know, definitely the more comfortable fighter in there. Doesn't seem to be going through any gears. He's not really pushing the pace because he doesn't need to. Somebody in the comments said they're waiting for him to release those combos, but he's not necessarily doing that just yet. Another round down. Thought we would have been stopped by now. Yay. I'll sort it out. I'll sort some T-shirts out. And send some out. He is a good coach. 100%. Definitely. Azim wants to finish him with a dirty hook. I was dating a girl who said she had a photo with Mike Tyson in 2000 when she was 10, but I never saw it. I've been so tempted to contact her lately to see the photo. Is that acceptable? How long ago? Well, obviously when she was 10. No, 2000. 24 years ago. I don't know. When was the last time you spoke to her? Because if not saying that you're random, but if somebody like messaged me like 24 years later, I'll be like, nah, you're good. But I don't know. Good question. And the fact is, we'll never bloody know now, will we? Yes, please hit the like button. We have 235 people in here, spread across X and YouTube. So yes, I'd appreciate it very much if you used to do all of that good stuff. Like I said, I'm trying to get my subscribers up to 10,000. I get to 10,000 and Instagram just goes onto private and stays there as a ghost account. I'll just use it to message people to arrange conversations, because forget it. I want to get rid of that app. Can't stand it. because you can do all the community page and stuff with your YouTube anyway. You just put something on the community page, everyone comments. You can have a conversation on there. You can post pictures. Oh, Hara's down again. That was a clean shot, a clean hook to the. Oh, he's shaking his head. He's shaking his head. He can't see. I don't think he's going to get up, mate. The towel's gone in. Yep. Here we go. Who said round 7? He's done it. Congratulations. Congratulations. We got him right in his eye. He was squinting. Gentlemanly. Azim goes over, checks that he's okay. The docs are in there. Yeah, good work. That was a good fight. That was fair play. Oh, you was dating her last year? Yeah, as long as you didn't end up on bad terms and she got bloody restraining order on you or some crazy stuff. The other photos from 2000. Right, so you was dating her last. Look, you've given me too many numbers, Jack. I'm hearing 10 years old and 2000. I didn't know you was dating. You didn't say you'd split up with her in 2023. Yeah, that should be all right. Like I said, as long as there's like, oh, it's round 8. As long as there's not any like, you didn't end on like bad terms, so to speak. Yeah, it's fine. Yeah, I'd ask. Why didn't you ask when you were with her? Martin, did he do it? Yes, he did. Herco, how are you doing? Thanks for the input. There's nothing wrong with a bit of evening input on a Saturday. Tell you what, I'm hungry though. You can see Team Azim outside the ring. They always come quite always quite a few of them. Let me have a look and see while this is going on. Let me see if there's anything going on X. Yeah, it's all right. Somebody was just commenting, you know, Mike Tyson's put just some, he's training his neck, doing some, obviously he's fighting Jake Paul, as you all know. So yeah, that's on there. But nothing, let me see if anything's come out, any hot topics. Francesca Hennessy, first of many titles. Congratulations to Francesca. Yeah, I don't know. Can't really see anything, any gossip, anything going on X. You make getting beat up sound classy and give relationship advice. Oh, she was 10 in 2000. Oh, see, you're confusing me. You're doing this on purpose. Also in 2000, she was 10. Ah. Interesting. I did ask, but she kept on saying the photo was in her dad's in Aberdeen. I would have said, oh, can you get your dad to take a picture of it and just send it us then? Nah, I can't. It's too late. What is it? You know, when you just feel like doing something really naughty and it involves Uber Eats. That's what I'm talking about, food. You know what I really fancy? Spicy vegetarian pizza. And I'm not doing this. Yeah, he made some money, didn't he? Mike is saying, watching Oldie's interviews this week, he didn't seem fully motivated to me. Not sure where he goes from here. Shame, innit? Complete beatdown with no nonsense from Azim, no sympathy. And that's Davies' last fight. His head is not in it, which is just kind of like echoing what Mikey said above in the above comment. It was like that before the fight. Straightforward win. Yes, you've also got I'm not staying up for the American fights, Dana. I can't do it. I'll probably catch up tomorrow. But the only thing I'm tempted to watch, and it's only the one fight, it's Francis Ngannou. Guys, who's gonna win? Oh no. I don't like sausages. I don't eat pork. I don't even really eat meat. But I definitely don't. I don't like pork, and I don't like sausages. Sorry. Yeah, I'll leave that there. Raz, how you doing? Donna chips and pepperoni jalapeno pizza from. Oh, mate, you lot with the food again. I'm gonna have to go on Uber Eats on a sly one. Then I'm gonna have to run like 900 miles to get it off. You terrible man. You kept the dates going purely to see that. What is it with you know what? Homemade food is better, Chris, but sometimes I feel a little bit naughty and I want to go outside the home for something to eat. It happens sometimes. I get the urge. It's not often, but when I do, it's usually because I'm ravenous and I don't want something I've got at home. It happens. Right, SR saying Francis, but the Brazilian be shortening lifespans. Okay, this is where you guys' expertise on the PFL is going to come in and mine isn't. What is this? What is like an American dish? Is it pizza? Is it like hot dogs? What is like a traditional American dish? Oh no, McDonald's is just like nothing, isn't it? Mexican, okay. Yeah, we do, but maybe it's not. To be fair, I don't get out much, but I know we do. But I couldn't name you a Mexican dish. I'd be lying. Absolutely, Daniel. Big up to both fighters. Mikey, what's your interview with Adam Smith the other day? Fantastic stuff. Very inspiring. Thank you very much. Bless him. That's just the tip of the iceberg, Mikey. Tip of the iceberg. Homemade food is better, but never on a Saturday. I don't know because I'm not listening, so I'm talking to you lot. Right, here we go. Yeah. He's retired. Fair enough. Got the money, got in, got out. Yeah, respect to O'Hara. Oh, bless him. Yeah, shout out to O'Hara Davies. That's hung the gloves up after his defeat to Adam Azim. Round 8 KO. But yeah, you got to respect the fighters. I don't care what you think of them. You have to respect them because how many of you, like in the chat, have had fights? I'm not on about like, I bet you haven't even had any street fights, the majority of you. But how many of you have got in the ring and sparred? Never mind, like maybe having, I don't know, white collar and whatever. So it's tough. It's tough for these guys. I have the utmost respect for all of them. Right, what's he saying? Hold on, I've missed it. Pizza, fried chicken, and tacos. Okay. SR's saying a burger, I guess. The US doesn't have much culture. It's a culmination of all of the immigrants who aren't Native Americans. What's the traditional Native American dish then, SR? And do you agree with that, Dana? Is that true? Indian curries, you can't argue with them. I do like Indian food. Both. A lot of fighters get burned out in the gym, sparring wars. Yeah, hard every day. Absolutely, J Lanks. Big up 2 Tanks OD. And Raz, you got to put that in there. I like how OD came back from under the bus. It's the right decision. He's done. You see that era. Even Josh Taylor is over the hill. Makes me worry for Prograis next week. I'll be there for that. I'm looking forward to that fight. I don't know. I don't know. AP. No. Charles Owusu, Amankwa. Big up Miss Red and her bro. Realist out. I don't know which bro's that. Which, like, my actual brother. I had two brothers. One of them's passed on, and one of them's still with. Which bro? Oh, you're talking about YouTube now? Don't know. Don't let him start. Yeah, you got. Yeah, well, yeah. It's good when people pronounce. You know, if someone doesn't pronounce your name properly, always get them to say it till they say it properly. Because the thing is, with the Brits, they like to just give you abbreviated names because it makes it easy for them. No, say my name properly. AP with his cryptic clues now. Right, Donna's saying, well, we now have everything: Jamaican food, Indian, Chinese, Greek, Thai, but all American food. Okay. So, okay, so it's a melting. Well, you can say that with the UK. You can say we can say fish and chips, but I guess maybe unless that's Greek. Unless it's Greek. Don't know. We have Indian, Chinese, Argentinian. Yeah, we have all sorts. I'm trying to think. What's a traditional British dish? Is it like sausages, potato, and gravy, bangers and mash? I'm trying to think of a traditional British dish, but I can't do the pork. Resident Ghanaian. I do like. Yeah. Yeah, Jazzy Jabs has come with some historical boxing facts. O'Hara Davies can. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. He passed on a few years ago now. About 3 years ago. So, in fact, guys, warning to you guys, men, check your prostates. Go and get checked out. It's not good. So make sure you get yourself, have your checks, get your bloods done, look after yourself. Warning signs, I think, potentially just going to the toilet a lot more often, because obviously if there's something there, it's putting that pressure on the bladder and stuff like that. So make sure you guys check yourselves out. Yeah, F cancer. Okay, haggis. That's Scotland, though, isn't it? Haggis. Yeah, I put seasoning. I put seasoning on beans, mate. Indian food's actually Portuguese. Eh? Jellied eels. Okay, yes, there are that. KZ Zomb, how you doing? Oh my days. Is this? I don't even know if AP's taking them. Oh, pie and mash. Okay, Jose. Fish and chips, pie and mash. I thought it was like sausages. Isn't that bangers and mash is a thing, isn't it? Adam Azim 2025 needs to look like this. Chris always likes to pull us back into the boxing because he knows what I'm like. I'll just venture off. I was going to venture off on another topic then, but I've actually forgotten what it was. So yeah, anyway. Harlem Eubank, Dalton Smith, Rolly Romero, great for his stock. Get the fights made. Beans on toast is perfection. You know what? I might have that. I might have that after. I might do beans on toast, even though I don't really want to be eating the bread. It just bloats you, doesn't it? MG, I want to visit London, England. Where would I go to get the traditional English meal? London, you'll be spoilt for places, MG. I'd need the Londoners to probably come in the chat because I'm from up north. I'm not in London, so they'd be the connoisseurs for that. But in Birmingham, you have like You have like cafes, like they're open from maybe 6 in the morning. The builders might go there, the shift workers might go there after a night shift, and you can go into those cafes and you can get a lovely cup of tea, British cup of tea, depends how you like it, milky or dark, with your PG tips or your Tetley's tea bags or whatever. It's the taste. Then you'll get some Warburton's bread with thickly smeared salted butter on it. You'll get some beans, you get some sausage, some bacon, some eggs, fried, sunny side up, and some, what else is there? And then they have this thing called, oh, I'm going to be sick. They have this thing called black pudding, which is like dried pig's blood, and it's cut into circles. But yeah, and that's like a full English. So if you find a cafe, we've got loads of them in Birmingham, and I'm sure they'll have them in London as well, MG. That's like a traditional British breakfast, and you'll love it. And they'll have sausages, bacon, egg, beans, black pudding, toast. Did I say eggs? Yeah, we'll have all of that on it. Oh, here we go. Eddie and Turkey have just said they've got a huge card plan. But where, Dana? We're hearing about February the 22nd. Move myself yourself. I want that card to be in the UK, but I don't think it will be, will it? See, and that's why, Jazzy. Well, Jazzy's coming in here with some bits and pieces. Curry's a Portuguese. Fact, I didn't know this. Don't shoot the messenger. I ain't got a clue. And pizza is not Italian. It's American Italian. Is it? Oh, don't worry about it. Anytime boxing outlet. Legal Eagles. Yeah, very cultured. Very much a melting pot as well. Where are we going here? Beans on toast, butter, and look how he's put butter in capital letters, with a little grated cheese on the toast before dropping the hot beans on top. Oh my God, I'm drooling. I feel like Nigella. You're going to put it in the microwave. You know when Nigella Lawson can just make anything sound seductive? She could have literally mopped cat piss off the floor and made it sound like a Mills and Boon book. Salute to that woman. I do miss her. Right, SR for a good British-ish meal. Gastro pub, Tolby Carvery. Yeah, Tolby Carvery. Yeah, we've got a few of them as well. AP, fellow northerner like myself, inviting people to come up north. No, I can't do it. I can't. No. Discipline, don't eat at night, but I really want to today, Skyline. I really want to be naughty and I want to break the rules and I want to have something to eat late at night. I want to eat tonight. Right, here we go. I've got no discipline today. Right, the next UK cards would be Ben Eubank. I know I'm listening for Dan Aziz to walk in the ring. I think they're trying to align it with Fury Joshua, maybe. Yeah. Yeah, I think so as well. Oh, it looks nice and full in there now. Right, Louis Edmondson. This is the guy that called out. Well, I think he fought on the card. I can't remember who he fought on the boxer card before, but he wanted to fight Ben Whittaker, and I think Ben Whittaker fought Erin Yenke, and he was fighting somebody else, and I can't remember. But yeah. Oh, leave us Brummies alone. Yeah, we are West Mids. Right in the middle. But compared to Londoners, you know when you get on the motorway, you know what happens, don't you? It says the North, and then we start seeing Birmingham. So I'm looking at it from a southern perspective. Birmingham's north, even though geographically, yes, it's central. All the good things happen in the middle. Let's have a look. Dress to sweat. Big up Abs in the channel. Big up yourself. Good evening to you. Terrifier. I don't like gore horror films. the film that I want to watch, and one of the guys mentioned it on X, and I'm going to watch it, and I'll probably go and watch it on my own, to be fair, is Smile 2. That's what I want to watch. That's what I want to watch. Smile 2. Really looking forward to that. To me, it's not about blood and cutting people up and that. It's about the shadows. It's about the things that you don't see. I like that. Massive ghost horror fan. Here we go. Dan Aziz playing his tune. Good to see him back. He looks really focused. I tried to reach out to Dan Aziz the other day to obviously get him on the channel, but didn't hear nothing back from him. And he does usually reply, but I know when he's in fight mode, I know what he's like. He's just like, oh, I can't be bothered. But if I message him maybe tomorrow or Monday, I'll hear something from him. London's not Nosferatu, yeah, definitely. Be watching that. But you know what film you should watch? Strange Darling. It's not a horror film, but watch it. Came out a while ago, but it's a very good film. I like a good thriller as well. A thriller with a twist. Yeah, Smile, Conjuring, all of those, that they are the jump scare films, aren't they? And those are the films that we like to watch. I love horrors. Just love them. But not things like Terrifier. Not bothered. Dan looking nice in his red. Done in the old school wear. Who's in his corner? Because Buddy McGirt's not here. Where's his corner? Seriously, where's his corner? Has anyone clocked who's in Dan Aziz's corner, please? Buddy McGirt's not here, is he? So right, there's Edmondson. Oh, okay, here we go. Who's that? Come on, turn your face. Bowers. So he's with the Bowers now. Okay. Let's see what happens here. Lewis Edmondson, 28, 9 fights, 1-9, and KOs 3. So what's he? 33.333% knockout ratio as a light heavyweight. Interesting. Bowers. We're watching Dan Aziz. Dan Aziz versus Louis Edmondson. This is not the floater fight. Dan Aziz, 35, fights 22, won 20 of those, KOs 13%, lost 1, drawn 1. Nice KO ratio there. You're looking at about, what's that, about 60% KO ratio for a light heavyweight. Take it easy, Jazzy Jazz. This could go to points. If you've just joined us, I've got to do the script. I'm Abs of October Reds. This is a live watch along. The main event was Adam Azim versus O'Hara Davies, which ended in a round 8 KO. O'Hara Davies lost via KO and announced his retirement. And now we're at the end of the night, the final fight. That is not a floater, which is in between Dan Aziz and Louis Edmondson. And I think this is this back for the British title again? Because obviously, yeah, it's a British title fight because obviously Boatsi's dropped it, isn't he? Is it the British? I'm sure it is for the British, isn't it? Right, here we go. Edmondson straight into the center of the ring. Dan Aziz straight into the center of the ring, throws out the first jab. Finding that range, going in there, jab into the body. Edmondson keeping that jab hand high. It's almost as if he wants to try and blind Aziz as he circles to try and tap Aziz's head. I like that when people do that. Try and dazzle him. This nervous flinch he's got there. He's keeping that cross. Oh, he's flipping switch. That is he switch hitting? Is he switching? So he's gone southpaw. Oh, he might have been southpaw before. I've just clocked it. I hate when people switch hit. 12-round fight, guys. I'm just having a look on the socials while this fight warms up. See what's going on. No, can't see anything as such on the socials. Let me have a quick look on X. I was just looking on IG. There's never any updates on there, is there? Oh, congratulations to Bivol of BCB. Kirsty Bavington becomes a 2-time European champion, welterweight title that she's won against Marine Beauchamp out there in France. So congratulations to Bivol. Well done. Happy for her. Right, checking out all the comments that have happened. Anthony Yard goes a hard 10 rounds with Latvian Vilkans. I had the cards closer myself, as did Sky Sports Boxing. And O'Hara Davies and Adam Azim getting that post-fight respect from the fans that they're both, stood in the ring and had a chat. And obviously O'Hara hangs his gloves up. Right. So an hour ago, great night at the tennis in Riyadh. Big news coming soon. And that's Eddie Hearn and His Excellency. Oh, and Nicola Hopewell as well. She's won a fight. So congratulations to Nicola Hopewell. Nicola Hopewell sponsored. I'm not sure if she's managed by Ebony Bridges, but she's definitely sponsored by her. Ebony Bridges has helped out quite a few fighters, to be fair. She's generous. She's sponsored them. Yeah, really, really nice girl. Just trying to see if there's anything else. Anything else updated? Have you noticed that Twitter just seems to be full of real gross stuff? Trying to look for boxing content and I'm seeing people's bits hanging out everywhere. All right, Dan Aziz getting the advice from Martin Bowers in the corner. Martin Bowers, as you know, Denzel Bentley, his corner, his trainer, and also was the trainer and manager of Daniel Dubois, who subsequently moved along to Don Charles. Do you think we're going to get that rematch as well? Right, Donna's saying Saudi problem with big cards. I'm in the UK. The train stopped running early. Yeah, very true. So having us Americans stop to watch boxing in the middle of the day isn't great for pay-per-view buys. Fair enough. Yeah, Twitter's wild. Yeah, I think with us, when you're I would have no problem whatsoever watching a fight at 2:00 in the afternoon. In fact, I'd love it. But when you've got your fights on in the US, it's like it starts at 1 a.m. in the morning or it starts at midnight. So say, for example, obviously you've been out all day, or you might even be watching a British card fight, then you're staying up all through the night. Like that Los Angeles Saudi card, I did not know what day it was. And then it took me probably about 3 days to recover from that. It was like I had jet lag. It was vile. You think you're sitting there, you're doing a show, you're doing your comms, and it's like 5.5 hours. I didn't get to bed till like 7:00. Wild. So if somebody says to me, yep, going live, fight's on at 2:00 in the afternoon, great. No problem. Even like this now, Even I'm starting to feel a little bit tired now. But it's 3.5 hours we've been going. Yeah, so the times for the fights. Give me a fight in the afternoon any day. And that's why I prefer to do, like, say, the lives that I do on on YouTube and X, they're in the morning. Don't really like doing afternoons and evenings. Bit of a slow start on this one. I don't know what Edmondson's doing. But you can see that Dan Aziz is doing what he's doing. The slow hunt, trying to walk forward. Obviously, Edmondson in that southpaw stance as he walks into orthodox. Grabs Aziz and goes for the clinch. Yeah, this fight, this has the potential to be a 12-round fight. Potential, but we say that, and then we can get those stoppages. So this week, then, I need to let you guys know what I'm doing. This week, yeah, we are going. Yeah, gosh, Japanese cards, amazing. I prefer those. Yeah, like midday. In fact, there was one on at 9:00 before. Cards usually start at 9:00. So this week, Thursday, is Catterall Progrès. So Manchester, I'll be there for that one. Not sure if I'm going to be at the fight night, but if I'm not at the fight night, I'll be here 100% doing another watch along because I do like these. So yeah, so you get some content next week. Not sure if I'm going to be doing any lives. I have asked if I can get Frank Warren on, but I doubt if he'll do a live, but I'm going to try and get him on the channel for sure. But that'll be pre-recorded, uploaded. There's no point in me doing it live with Eddie at the moment. I mean, he's in Saudi anyway. But I'll speak to him fight week and get some content from him and the fighters. I was going to try and get some. I did send messages as well to Boxer PR to get some of the boxer fighters to get interviews with them because obviously I'm not there. Do some online work, some live work, and it was crickets. Never heard anything back. It happens like that sometimes. Then we're moving towards November. November the 2nd, Saturday, November the 2nd, is Liam Davies versus Shabazz Massoud, and that's in Birmingham. So I'll be covering all of fight week for that, and I will be at the fight night. Should I get accredited? Hopefully, I don't see that being a problem, but stranger things have happened, and that is courtesy of Queensbury. Zach, I'd try it though. I'd still ask the question. He won't, but I'd still ask the question. And then, so we've got November. Then obviously, I don't know what's coming up in between that, but obviously November the 30th, we've got the Matchroom show once again in Birmingham, where it is Edwards versus Yafai. So that should be a good card as well. I'm looking forward to that. And that is once again in Birmingham. So I'll be covering fight week for that, all being well. And then the week after that, I think we're moving into December. There is rumours about December the 7th with a Frank Warren show, Queensbury show. And that's potentially in London, but we'll see what happens there. And then obviously December the 21st, you know what it is. We will be doing a watch along for the Alexander Usyk Tyson Fury rematch. And in between, I'll definitely try and get some guests on so we can have some catch-ups, press conferences if there's any. There will be a UK leg for the Riyadh season card. They always do that. And should there be any announcements with any other potential fights, we could potentially have press conference for that. I'm here in December. I'm here in February the 22nd, is it? Banded about quite a bit, but we'll see how that goes. So to be fair, that press conference probably won't be until next year. So yeah. Been wanting Baturbia people for about 3 years, and I still set through it. Oh my days! That would have pissed me off. I can remember falling asleep waiting for Tyson versus Holyfield and woke up exactly when Tyson took the first bite. I thought I was still dreaming. Zach, I would ask. He probably won't, but I'll still ask. No, not at the moment. But let's see how that pans out, Mikey. How's this fight going? Both very tentative at the moment. Don't get me wrong. We're getting movement of some fighters, but none of them are really landing clean. Not possum, but tentative. Both moving around, but nothing that's lighting up the ring as yet. Nicholas, hope that answers your question. I saw a video on Instagram about February the 22nd, and yeah, I've just seen something on X about it as well. So, oh, bless Callum. Callum Simpson, we can see on the camera at the moment. Really, really nice guy. Unfortunately, his sister passed away not too long ago, but you can see he's one of these guys. He's keeping busy, keeping active. But yeah. Really nice guy, Callum. Callum Simpson has sparred quite a few times with Artur Beterbiev. He was out there supporting Artur Beterbiev in the fight last week. So yeah. And Dan Aziz has sparred Beterbiev as well. So you've got Lewis up 1 round. Round 4. Just looking for... There we go. There's a bit more aggression here. Both guys now going toe-to-toe in the ring. That's a good thing about Dan Aziz. He can be quite slippery when he's rolling and slipping shots. There was a little bit of trade going on there, but both guys have reset. Louis Edmondson's back on the back foot, and we are in round number 4 of 12. I think this will go the distance, you know. Yeah, he's going to be. As he goes in and throws the 1-2. But Edmondson able to evade the shots as he came back with his own counter that Aziz was able to evade himself as well. Edmondson, it was the one that really wanted to fight Ben Whittaker, really wanted to go in there. There we go. There's a Dan Aziz that we all remember. He used to jump in and throw that long jab, and that's what he used to do from before. I remember that. That is the old Dan Aziz. Very destructive. Careful. Tripping over his own legs there. Be mindful of that stance. Dan Aziz done in the red and white shorts, the old school 3-stripe knee length socks, and Edmondson done in the white and gold. So you're saying you feel like Dan hasn't done enough? Stick it on him, on his chest. I agree. Good evening, George. Oh, is he? I'm not sure. Is he? I'm not sure. I was there when Dan Aziz fought. Oh, I can't remember his name now. The tall light heavyweight. Why is his name just gone out of my head? He was related to the Furies as well. Tall light heavyweight. Oh, I can't remember his name. He was trained by Gallagher at the time. Gallagher's gym. I can see his face and everything. I just can't remember his name. And that was a really aggressive front foot, proper beatdown from Dan Aziz. Yeah. Well, we've got 15 seconds left. Round number 4 of 12. That's it. Jose Burton. Thank you, Daniel. That was a good beatdown. That was. This is getting quite messy. Both men in a little bit of a entanglement. Interesting to see what the corner says. Oh my days, I'm starving. It's like 10 o'clock now, and I'm just imagining pizzas getting delivered now. I can't eat now. Nice jab there, stiff jab from Dan Aziz on the replay. I thought Edmondson was younger than this, you know. He's smiling. Dan Aziz smiling, listening to his corner. Takes a sip of water. Bauer's whispering into his ear, giving him those commands. We'd never hear what he said. Got George Groves. Clarkey. On comms. She's saying 2-2. What's the ref saying? He's having a word. What have they been doing back of the heads? Low blows? Don't know. Right, round number 5. Both guys starting off a lot quicker. Dan Aziz jumping into the shots. Edmondson jumping into his shots as well. Getting a little bit of an entanglement as Edmondson feints, tries to flick out the front hand as he goes to throw the back. Dan Aziz got that high guard, that peekaboo style, keeping that head offline, moving as he edges forward. Looking, I know what he's looking to do. He's looking to get inside. That's what Dan Aziz wants to do. He's going to jump. He jumps into that jab shot, doesn't he? And then he starts to go for the uppercuts and the body shots. It's what Dan Aziz is known to do. But saying that, both men in the clinch, and Edmondson manages to land a body shot inside. Dan Aziz works his own as well. The ref separates the two. Yeah. Right, Conway says the ref's saying no more rough play because they're getting tangled. Yeah, Andy Clark's lovely, isn't he? George Groves, obviously, as well. Previous fight. I think Andy Clark's been in the business for over 25 years. Really nice guy. To be fair, there's some really good people in boxing. Right, that jab. Lovely stiff jab going in from Dan Aziz. He's got a stiff jab and he kind of sticks it on the face. There's a pause. He holds the jab there. Just for a few seconds, and Edmondson comes in for the body shot. Once again, boys get in a little bit of an entanglement. We know what happened last time. Light heavyweights got too close to the ropes. We don't want to see a repeat of that this week as both men take the center of the ring. Dan Aziz in the middle, walking forward, throws a jab, steps out and throws the backhand. The 1-2 coming in from Edmondson. Aziz comes in forward, marches forward, throwing his own shots. And body work coming in. To be fair, the ref's being generous because he's trying to let him work out the clinch. He's trying to let him fight out of it rather than just separating them all the time. Shouts break, both men disciplined, and that's exactly what they do. Edmondson's hands are low. Aziz throws out the jab. Edmondson tries to counter, but Aziz manages to slip out the way fairly quickly. We've got, just under 30 seconds left in round number 5 of 12. This fight more than likely could go the distance because they're both prepared to pick up the pace if they have to. I'd like to see a stoppage, but we can't guarantee that, can we, guys? If you've just joined or if you've just left and joined, I'm Abs of October Red, and this is a live watch along. This, I guess you can say that this is the headline. We've got Dan Aziz versus Edmondson. I'm sure they're fighting for the British title, but don't quote me on it. I don't think it's the English. Oh, bell goes and there's a short break. What's going on YouTube? So I had some notifications on YouTube. It'd be nice if it was another, 1,300 subscribers. That'd be nice, wouldn't it? Can't always get what you want, though. I'm going to try not to fall off this chair. Broke my bloody chair. Need to get a new one. Hey, skim that. Nice feint. Lovely work from Dan. That feint and then pushes through with the jab and it lands. Nice work. The ref once again having a chat with him. He says, I'm fed up with this. Pack it in. Box. Come on. I'd like to get to bed before midnight. Here we go. Stern words. Dan Aziz goes into the centre. I think he's fed up of the clinching, and that's the ref. We are now in round number 6. Dan Aziz tucks up, goes in for the body. Edmondson also lands the shots on Dan Aziz's body. One jab. You throw your jab and I'll throw mine as a counter. Edmondson looks like he's okay with counter punches as Dan Aziz goes in for the body shot. Edmondson's head's low. And before the ref gets involved, Dan Aziz jumps back like to say, it's not me. Right, nice body shot, nice hook to the side of the head from Dan Aziz to Edmondson. Edmondson tucks up, pushes forwards with a jab and a body shot. I was doing that the other day, but on pads. Oh, we might have a quick word with him then. We saw the head of Dan Aziz getting pushed down. They keep the fight clean, gentlemen. Once again, Dan Aziz jabs body, jabs head. Turns around to his, moves around to his left. Doesn't turn, does he? Nice stiff jab again, going into the head of Edmondson. Oh, what Aziz saying? He's got a low blow. Ooh. Bit of a low blow. Hey, when that happens. You can hear the fans cheering this fight along. I literally, hold on, what I will do, let me see what I'll tell you what I will do. Let me have a look on YouTube to see if there's any updates. Right, Derek Chisora has done something with seconds out. And the headline is Whittaker quit. Let's see what content there is from seconds out with the latest videos. I'm only looking at headlines here. Yeah, there's nothing recent. 45 minutes ago is the last interview from seconds out. So I don't know who that will be. Let's have a look and see any other headlines that I can tell you about, basically. Maybe not, because this thing's not allowing me to search. Right. Right, is there anything from... Oh, see if there's any videos from... Nothing recent. All these videos are from a day ago. Joshua Buatsi reacts to leaving. I presume that's the rumor that was going around that he's potentially leaving Boxer and going to Frank Warren. Yeah, there's nothing exciting on there. Nothing that I can see so far as these two guys go at it. Was that a double? Was that a uppercut? Right, let me have a look. Martin, if I was 20 years younger, I would 100%. I would have done it. 100%. I'm not going in the ring at 47. Can't do it. I was speaking to my kids about it the other day, and I was like saying, yeah, not 20 years off, or maybe even 10 years. Say I was 37, that wouldn't have been too bad, innit? But I can't do it now. But I do boxing to keep fit. Nice shots coming in from Dan Aziz. Some hooks there coming in. Looks like he's warming into it, catching the shots better. I want to know if Ben Whittaker is going to rematch. Well, I think I don't know. Jerry, I don't know. That's only a question that he can answer. I think at the moment it seems like the focus is for obviously him to start his rehab for his injury. And then they'll obviously talk after that. Who knows, Jerry? Nah, don't know. That's funny, Martin. Don't know. I think the public would like to see it, but at the end of the day, he's the one that manages his career. It's down to him, isn't it? Can't tell him what to do. He's got to do what he wants to do, and whatever decision he makes, what do you call it? The court of public opinion. Everyone's always going to like make their assumptions anyway. So he's damned if he does. He's damned if he doesn't. It's up to him. I'd like to see the rematch, but it's absolutely down to him, isn't it? He's the one that's got to make the decision. I like the fact that Dan Aziz is catching this kid with some real good jabs. I'd say that Dan Aziz is looking more healthy on this one. I don't know. Let me know. And I'm using Emma's rules here. Yeah, he's got to run it back. And this is the thing, isn't it? Like I said, it's the public, but he's got to do what's best for him. I can go over the fight 5,000 times and say what I saw on the night. I did see Cameron starting to come into the fight. Like I said, go and have a look on my X for last week. I think I was happy with 2 rounds, 100% happy with 2 rounds for Ben. And then I did start to say Ben's going to have to start keeping it long and not sit and trade with this guy. It's pointless. Just box and move. Don't worry about the knockout. Don't worry about the highlight reel. Box to your best ability. Box and move. But he started trading with him. And fair play, he stood in there and he was trading with him. A heavy puncher. He didn't have to. Because you know that he boxes and moves. But sometimes, I guess, a part of me think, what was he trying to live up to? The public's expectation? The fact that everyone's always moaning that he's showboating. He wanted to show us something different. It's madness. When you look at it, there's so many different aspects to that fight. And the only person that can answer that is Ben. And I'm sure when he's ready, he'll give the exclusive to whoever he wants to give it to, and you can run it from there. Nice one. I like Denzel Bentley. Denzel Bentley's giving his opinion on the fight. He said, look, Dan's starting to put the pressure on now, and Louis starting to fade. Denzel Bentley is excellent on commentary. I don't know if you've ever sat down and listened to him on the TNT Sports when he does the commentary for Queensbury. He's very, very good. Really nice. I keep saying this. A lot of them are nice guys. That's why I can say it. Yeah, you're saying that's what Ben's problem is. He ain't got power. Yeah, a power guy. So he's trying to live up to the public. He doesn't need to live up to us. And I think he has got power. Like I said, he's just got to blank all of us out, you know. He's just got to blank us all out, because I'll tell you what, if you live by the perception or the approval of the public, you will die the same way. Do you know what I mean? You can't worry. You just got to ignore all of us and just do your thing. Bentley's always spot on. Yeah, and he is good. Yeah, spot on with the comms. And he's better than me because I ain't really doing anything at the moment. You know why? It's because I'm thinking about food. Wrong. You know, I've got some Saturday soup in the kitchen with the dumplings. I love my boiled dumplings and sweet corn, the dasheen, the cho-cho, and the yam, and the peas. Might have to do that, you know, but it's so heavy, so carb heavy. To eat those carbs, if you think you're eating this late at night and you're going to go to bed and then all that's just swilling around in your stomach and your body's got to try and break it down, it's long, innit? I might as well just drink this water, man. Just don't worry about it. No, I'm not doing KFC or McDonald's. No KFC or McDonald's tonight. It's too late. We are in round number 8 of 12. What time is it? See, it's 11 o'clock. That's why I'm slurring. That's why my words are slurring. Tired. No, I'm not ignoring you guys. Time out. What's he saying? Ref's directed Dan Aziz to go to his corner. He's going to take a point off him, any. Yeah, he took a point. Ref took a point. I think it'll be interesting to see if he can beat Liam. Maybe Liam is a lot better than we thought. No, I think everybody underestimated Liam. I was not one of them that was sitting there saying that he was rubbish. Yeah, I thought Ben would beat him. Yes, I did. So what? But I knew he weren't no pushover. Keep saying this like a million times. Watch the fight that he had with Lyndon Arthur. Do you know what I mean? I don't think he's been dropped either. Fair enough. This got some strict discipline in this chat. Make myself a sandwich. Oh, the fighters. Yeah. You know why I'm here. Yeah, I get that. Pizza. Spicy, like jalapeno vegetarian pizza. That's a good question. And I'm going to put that to the chat. Who wins, Ben Whittaker or Lyndon Arthur? I need to know how to put polls. I don't know how to do polls in the chat. But if I did, that'd definitely be one I'd put up. Because I think didn't Ben comment and say that Lyndon's washed? And then when that fight happened, Lyndon, I think Lyndon must have put something like saying washed, yeah? Lyndon doesn't say much, does he? But styles make fights. I'm still going to say every fighter has an off night. Majority, Martin, yeah. Majority. Sometimes I'll have a relapse and have like chicken. But I eat salmon, so I'm more pescatarian. And I could actually bake some salmon, actually, with some olive oil and some chili flakes. There's some Himalayan pink salt and pepper. Just have that. And then I could take the sweet corn out of the soup and heat it up and have that with it. Sweet corn, salmon. You're done in half an hour. Anyway, round number 9 of 12. This is boxing. But I am hungry and I'm speaking about food. But let's see. If ref's going to... This is a very, very messy fight. We've got Edmondson that just seems to be pulling down Dan Aziz. I understand that Dan Aziz comes forward with his head, but it's very, very frustrating. And he's smothering his work. Right. But I'm just trying to figure out what Edmondson's actually doing. Dan Aziz is throwing like the one shot. We're getting a good jab, which he lands quite well. Edmondson then working down to the body. But he's going in a 1-2 and then just grabbing Dan Aziz straight away for the clinch. Dan Aziz trying to work on the inside. Got 2 minutes left. Round number 9 of 12. All right, Whittaker. I just think he fought the wrong fight. But off nights, I was saying this earlier, so can a fighter not have an off night? This is what happens when you put people on such a high pedestal. And I always use, like, you know, when you fall in love with the idea of someone and not who the person is, and then you get really gassed up on something. And then you have this real high expectation. And then when you meet them or you're around them for a bit, it's like, oh, is that it? We keep doing this. And people sometimes have off nights. I think he had an off night. But Edmondson straight on the back foot with this. I'm trying to get motivated and excited and speaking about this fight. You know what I'm like, but I just can't really get involved in it because it's not giving me anything. I think Lyndon's just based. I think Lyndon, just based on experience, he'd dull Benn's weapons. Lyndon needs more respect on his name. Yeah, he's a former world champion, isn't it? The best thing you can eat is ground beef, cheeseburger, or burgers from the butchers. Yeah, I get it, but I just beef. There are some quality. See, all the vegan stuff, it's all processed. I'd rather just eat vegetables. Like you can get like portobello mushrooms, big mushrooms, and you can just season them up and fry them, and they're just as tasty. Do you eat with your eyes or your mouth? Yeah. Processed. I did have it written down somewhere. I'm not, like the Saxa salt that we have. It's just like sodium. It's the one that will give you high cholesterol. When they say Himalayan pink salt, it's probably, I don't know, salt off a mine somewhere local, but it's just a more healthy substitute. High cholesterol, all those blood pressure things. I can remember my mom piling on that Saxa salt. Sorry, Saxa. Sorry. The red salt, but I won't use that now. I either use the sea salt or the pink one. Ah, there you go. Jerry says mineral content. Okay, falafel. Yeah, I can't usually pronounce that without my teeth falling out like Damon Dash. Yeah, salmon, vegetables. Salmon and sweet potatoes really nice when you roast them two together. Why am I talking? This is just making me more hungry. Right, we're in round number 10 of 12. This has turned into like a Delia Smith's cooking channel. Don't tell anyone about Fried Man. Fried Man. You could tell Ahara's lost the love for boxing. He's retired, isn't he? Sometimes you got to think, I'm hungry. It was my mouth just now. I like that one. All these pairs starting to warm up now. Edmondson flicking out that jab on the back foot, switching from orthodox to southpaw. Dan Aziz goes in for the jab, tucks in, goes down. A whip round the sides of the body from Edmondson. He's started to warm up now. Some nice combinations coming here. Both men in the clinch. The ref shouting at him, saying separate. Got 1 minute left in round number 10 of 12. Yeah, I make my own CMOS. I haven't done the Shilajit. Is this for the boys? So Skyline is saying CMOS and Shilajit boys. That's what you need. Your wives will be very happy. And if there's any ladies here, get the maca root. Get the maca root. It will have you chasing your husband or your better half around the house like a Benny Hill show. Yeah, I love sweet potatoes. Yeah, after the rice, you got to be careful with that because it just blows you up, innit? It's just those bad carbs. That's why I like the red. That's why I like the sweet potatoes. 1-2, nice 1-2 coming in there from Edmondson. As Aziz looks to hunt him down to throw his body shot as he works in the inside. Both men once again in the clinch. I think we've got the last 10 seconds of round number 10. Just very, very, like, just nothing. Yeah, it could be because I'm drinking water now. Yeah, I agree. AP, yeah. Well, it got my mum anyway. Oh yeah, macaroon. I've got powder. Yeah, interesting to say the least. Wild brown rice, yeah, that's better. Everyone's on the macaroon. Yeah, I'll put it up. I'll put it up. You just have it in like your breakfast. I usually put it in smoothies because I make like a strawberry and banana protein smoothie. So if I have a protein shake, I'll throw like a little bit of that in there as well. I don't know how long you have to wait for it to kick in, but it depends. It depends what your significant other's like anyway, but it didn't take me long, put it that way. Yeah, macaroon. Get it on Amazon. So what you're saying for the boys, sea moss. See, I make sea moss. And sometimes I put like my berries in it to flavour it up. I just have a tablespoon of that, even though I've run out. I need to go to the shop to get some. But like I said, I'll make it myself. I blend it, do it all myself. I don't buy stuff that I can make at home myself. Like all my ginger shots and stuff. I make all of that myself. My own protein bites, this. That's why sometimes I feel naughty and I just want to go and like pig out on some dirty food. Nettle tea and who knew I had all of these herbalists in the chat? Who knew? You know, it's like a witch's coven, and everyone's getting their herbs out. Yeah, it's food. Once I start, I found a post on the internet where they was talking about going out, and well, it wasn't. It was a thing where it was like there's a bus that's like couples are on there. They've got their snacks, and then they're driving around to like haunted locations and stuff. To me, that's like a perfect night out, like not on a Jeepers Creepers bus, because obviously we know how that ends, but like just driving around on a night bus, going to like scary locations with snacks. Yeah, it's my kind of thing. That's a good date night, that is. This is so funny. Hold on a minute. MCB, macaroons, supposed to be good for men also. Okay. I can only speak from a woman's perspective. Now, I'll swear I'll swear the macaroon. The last thing I need is her cracking the foundations of the house, chasing me around. AP, stop. Oh, they're both on the floor. What's going on here? What a messy fight. Right, chickpea curry from a dirty daytime Indian dinner with a roti. That sounds perfect. See, I like chickpea curry. Yeah, this has been quite yeah, a difficult fight. It's not keeping me it's not keeping me focused. Yeah. Right. It's like once either of them tries to like get any work in, it just gets messy. It's just so messy. You've rarely seen any boxing here. It's just like a smothering like match. Gosh. Round number 11. We've got one more left, guys. I did say it would go the distance. I don't know who you've got winning. Let me just refresh, see if anything's come up on YouTube. I don't love boxing anymore. Ahara Davies has uploaded some work there with Boxing Social. Just seeing if there's anything else coming up. I'll have to catch up with these conversations later on once I jump off this stream. And I either go into Just Eat or heat up some oven food, or go to bed crying, alone and hungry. Last round, as they're both men, give each other a little bit of a hug. More of a hug coming in from Louis, if I'm honest. I think Aziz is going to be getting frustrating because he's going to want to get him out of there, isn't he? Right, I can see why this guy wanted to call out Ben Whittaker, because he's doing that little bit of like showbolting, isn't he? They've got Dan Aziz up on the cards anyway. Trying to get Dan Aziz. Yeah, he's just showboating the last round here. Doing a little bit of entertaining. Once again, it's messy, guys. Good question, Zach. That's the best thing. And some people think, Jesus, would you just get on with the boxing? No, because sometimes we're just going to have a chat. I like my watch-alongs, well, our watch-alongs actually, because we're together. It's like a group of mates, even though it's like the virtual world, because we're not all together. But we're just chilling out, as we would do if we was down the pub watching the fights. Sometimes you drift off and have a normal conversation. Sometimes you're 100% focused on the fight. With this fight, I'm not focused on it, so we're just having a conversation about health. Jerry, who's the best heavyweight after Usyk right now, October? I'm going to say Dubois, Wardley, my number one and number two. Usyk, I'm still going to say, Usyk. I'm still keeping Fury in there. And I know many people won't like that, but I'm keeping Fury in there, and I'm putting Dubois as number 3. You could swap. Obviously, Dubois is a champ. If you look at belts, obviously Dubois is number 2, and it. But all right, then I'll say Fury number 3. When you look at British heavyweights, so Dan Aziz is just chasing this guy around the ring now. Nothing really coming from both. And Skyliner, I'd say Anthony Yard, because that's what Anthony Yard said. There's other fights out there. There's Dan Aziz and Craig Richards. So fight Anthony Yard then. That's where he goes from here. This fight has been messy. It's been not a negative fight, but it's been awkward for Dan Aziz to really sit and do what he wants to do. And look, as soon as he does, Edmondson's just straight in the clinch. 16 seconds left of round number 12 of 12. It's been an interesting night, don't you think? The whole card. But one thing that I can say is that you can never really predict boxing. I think Dan Aziz has got the win for that. Okay. So going on a run of form, I'd have to say Dubois number 2, yeah. What does Fabio do next? Vacate. Got that world is out there for you, Fabio. Vacate and let that British title sit there. And whoever's worthy for it out of our British fighters, you've got... Because arguably, when you look at Moses Atuma, he's fighting Dempsey McKean, that fought Filip Hrgovic. Wasn't that an eliminator for the IBF? So if you're looking, say for example, should Moses Atuma come through Dempsey McKean, Moses Atuma's already ranked in the world rankings. Does he need to fight for the British, or can he go straight along the European continental, intercontinental, whatever, going towards world? Yeah. You've got the English title that's going to be fought for. Then will there be a vacation after that? British title's there. I think the British title's going to be there. But when you're looking at obviously world level, yeah, Usyk. All right, I'll say Dubois. Then I'm going to say Fury. And then I guess, yeah, you Fabio Wardley, you've got a British. He's there. Yeah, Dubois literally grown into himself, hasn't he? You think that he's got to grab the British, even not where he is. You know he's world ranked, don't you? Moses. Is it the WBA? Can't remember. Yeah, I do agree that it's got more prestige than the European. If anyone did win, Aziz, because of the deduction. Yeah, Chris, I'm going to say Dan Aziz. And Skyline is saying the British title has to be more prestige than the European. I think Moses can fight for it when he's 20. I don't think he can fight for it until he's 20. So he's having that December fight. And I think that's around his birthday. And I know why his birthday is, because everyone bangs out about his age. They're always rattling on about his age. Youngest world champion. So he's either born in December or January. And then he could potentially 114, 113, 150. A majority. They've give it to Louis. I don't know what to say. Well, he's won. Got absolutely gutted for Dan Aziz. I wasn't doing the scorecard, so God knows. I'm shocked that Dan lost, but I wasn't really watching it because I was in here yapping with you, so whatever. Well, what are you saying, Martin? Let me just go through this chat because we're going to close up now. Moses should, just for exposure. Atuma clears out Fisher and Wardley. Are we getting ahead of ourselves? Dan can fight Hutchinson. Oh. Right, Atuma will find it hard to get good fights without something like a British title. I don't think he'll find it hard to get good fights. I'll tell you something about that kid. He's been managed extremely well under the Frank Warren stable. He's having a fight with Dempsey McKean. Like I said, Dempsey McKean, I know we saw him sparring with Chama Alex Pereira. But his last fight was Hergovich. But British title, who should he fight for the British title then? Because look, we're looking at vacation settings. Obviously, Fraser's out of the picture at the moment because obviously he lost, and so there's an order for him to go back for it. We'll close off here. So who does Moses fight? Which of the British fighters should Moses fight for the British title? Yeah, I'm sad about Dan. Matchmaker for boxer is Eddie Hearn. Okay, you're saying that if you're saying that. Okay. Is it a robbery? Is it close? My God. Are we doing this again? Speed kills. Just a bit of flashy stuff. So you're saying Aziz won by 1 point. Dan Aziz can't blame anyone but himself. That style is just too horrible to score. No, I didn't, to be fair, Zach. Edmondson got a point deducted and only won a few of the middle rounds. So James is saying Dakers and Atuma for the British. Okay. You have a blessed one too. Everyone needs to calm down. Dubois on Dubois. Fury beats him. Zhang beat him. Even Parker and a few others. I think we do need to just see the playing field, how it plays out. AP, yeah. It was a close fight. Edmondson only started doing well midway through. Yeah, I'm gonna watch it back because I was yapping. No, I won't watch it back. I won't. I'll watch highlights. I'm not gonna watch it back. I'm lying. Honestly, I thought Dan had him by 2 rounds. Edmondson was a bit flashy in the last round, and that was it. Yeah. Bacoli for the British. He's above that. Edmondson won by playing up to the crowd. And he sold lots of tickets, didn't he? As always, excellent chat. Tough questions about Moses. I'd like to see Hughie Fury versus Moses Atuma. Yeah, that's not a bad shout. All right. Karma's very clear with what she thinks it is. She's called it the R word. He's knew that Okay. William Score's now the new 168 champ. Okay. Right then, ladies and gentlemen, all 224 of you in the chat. It's been an absolute pleasure this evening. We've gone on for 4 hours and 14 minutes. Have you ever had a session this long before? And have you enjoyed every minute of it? Have you dipped in and dipped out, or have you stayed for the full journey? Who knows? But I've enjoyed your company as per usual. You guys in the chat are marvelous. The best subscribers. You know what it is. At October Red, we always say, stay ready. So I guess I'll see you next week.
People say I'm toxic, and honestly, I don't care.